My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolo. Now, the federal government, in partnership with the World Bank, has begun implementing a $500 million human capital opportunities for prosperity and equity governance program to strengthen financial and human resource management in basic education and primary health care nationwide. The program, domiciled at the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, targets long-standing governance gaps that have worsened Nigeria's high out of school population and weak primary healthcare delivery. According to program officials, $480 million will be used to reward states that meet clear performance targets in education and healthcare financing, transparency, and workforce management, while $20 million will fund coordination, monitoring, verification, and technical support. All 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory have indicated interest, with funding tied strictly to verifiable results to improve service delivery and human capital outcomes. The federal government and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited say they are renewing efforts to rebuild trust and restart responsible energy development in Ogoniland, River State, decades after oil operations were suspended. During a visit led by the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and NPC Limited Group Chief Executive Officer Bashar Bayo Ujulari said the engagement shows a fresh commitment to peace, dialogue, and mutual respect under President Bola Tinubu's leadership. Ojulari said the new approach goes beyond oil extraction to focus on environmental protection, livelihoods, and community well-being, announcing that 30 Ogoni indigenes have been offered full-time employment with NNPC Limited from January 2026. Ogoniland hosts a major part of oil mining lease 11, Nigeria's largest onshore oil block, accounting for over 40% of its recoverable reserves, making it central to plans to revive onshore oil production responsibly. The Senate has passed the 43 trillion naira 2024 and 2025 Appropriation Act repeal and reenactment bills after adopting the report of its Committee on Appropriations. The committee Chairman Solomon Adeola said the 2024 budget was repealed from 35.005 trillion naira and reenacted at 43.56 trillion naira, driven by an extra 8.5 trillion naira added to capital spending to address security, humanitarian, and economic emergencies. He explained that the 2025 Appropriation Act was also repealed from 54.99 trillion naira and resets at 48.316 trillion naira, with 6.674 trillion naira rolled into the 2026 fiscal year due to funding constraints. The Senate also approved extending the implementation of the 2025 budget to March 31st, 2026, as lawmakers described the move as a major reform to end overlapping budgets and strengthen fiscal discipline. The World Bank says digital technologies can play a critical role in protecting people and natural resources as environmental pressures increase worldwide. In a 2025 blog post linked to its report, Reboots Development, the Economics of a Livable Planet, the bank said 9 out of 10 people now live in areas affected by land degradation, air population, or unsafe water, with low-income countries facing all three challenges at once. It noted that digital tools can improve access to reliable information, strengthen early warning systems, and connect vulnerable communities to healthcare, clean water, and financial support during climate-related disasters. However, the bank warned of a growing resilience divide, as fewer than 45% of adults in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa use the internet, compared with over 80% elsewhere. It said expanding digital access is essential, pointing to examples such as Sri Lanka's bank-supported disaster response system and Ethiopia's digital agriculture program, which increased wheat yields by 25%. The bank concluded that closing digital gaps is key to helping communities manage climate risks, protect ecosystems, and support sustainable economic growth. Gold rose past $4,500 per ounce for the first time, hitting a record $4,525.19 as investors rushed into safe havens assets on expectations of further U.S. interest rate cuts. Spot gold traded around $4,492, while silver climbed to $72.7 Platinum jumped to $2,377.50 and palladium rose to a 3-year high near $1,897. Analysts said the rally is driven by safe haven demand, central bank buying, de-dollarization trends, and strong ETF inflows, with gold up over 70% this year and silver more than 150%. Market watchers project gold could target $5,000 within 6 to 12 months, while silver may approach $80 amid lower rate expectations and global economic uncertainty. Many thanks for watching. You do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological, and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jelma head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jelma, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony, and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years. According to historical records, the primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals to come around on Wednesdays, to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalazi. SOUQ Perspective.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion African fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the Naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the Naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the Naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
ministers said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
A very good morning to you and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. This is Christmas Eve. I am Oyinpriye Kromale. In the business environment, it presents a clear picture of pressure, transition, and policy crossroads, from fuel supply risks in the downstream oil sector to rising transport and food costs, squeezing households' budgets, from security challenges bleeding billions out of the economy to governments rethinking taxation, tourism, branding, and digital regulation. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I'm Oyinpriye Kromale. I have two gentlemen here. Merry Christmas to you, Chooks.
Merry Christmas, Priye. Good morning, and hey, Lagos. Welcome to SBL.
Merry Christmas to you.
Good morning to you, Mr. Priye. Merry Christmas.
By the way, if you don't know it, we've been having a very hot conversation before the camera started rolling, so you can see them. Don't trust this calm, gentle disposition from Mr. Chooks and Mr. Amin, right? It has not been that calm before the program. Now let's jump into our conversation. First of all, even though Dangote refinery is producing petrol and cutting prices, marketers say that Nigeria cannot depend on one refinery alone. Doing so could create supply shortages, price distortions, and market risk. Secondly, we'll be looking at transportation. Getting around Nigeria is becoming more expensive across all transport types, reflecting rising fuel prices, inflation, and operating costs for transport providers. Our third story borders still on transportation. When the government cuts train fares by half for Christmas travels, Nigerians respond massively, showing how sensitive citizens are to transport costs and how subsidies can immediately change our behavior. Then we move on to our fourth story, which talk about Christmas and food. Food is very, very important in this season. And as Christmas approaches, or let's say Christmas is already here, the demand for food price rises sharply, while supply and transport challenges remain. This combination is pushing food price higher, worsening inflation for households. Our fifth story borders on the government is asking for social media companies to shut down accounts used by terrorist organizations and criminals to spread propaganda and raise funds as part of national security efforts. Then we'll see if they will respond positively to that. And we'll still talk about that's in the case of terrorism. Then, and next we'll talk about kidnapping. It has become a profitable criminal industry in Nigeria, draining billions from households and businesses and thriving because of weak security enforcement. What's the new direction for nipping in the bud this menace of insecurity? And we'll now look at Lagos, the reforms in that state and how properly it's being managed is the property tax system. It could generate a massive revenue internally and reduce dependence on federal allocation. That's our seventh story. And finally, we'll go to Ghana. Ghana wants to move from an informal party image to a structured, government-driven tourism brand that attracts long-term investment and international visitors. Those are the stories we intend to look at this morning if we have the luxury of time. Before we jump into our main conversation, we're going to break it back shortly to stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Ministers said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. Now, major oil marketers have cautioned that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery despite recent price cuts and increased output, cannot single-handedly meet Nigeria's petrol supply needs. Executive Secretary of Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria, Meman Clement Insong, said reliance on a single supplier is already creating distortions in the downstream market. He made the remark while addressing the implications of Dangote's recent gantry price reduction from 828 naira to 699 naira per litre. Although the price cuts have led to pump prices dropping to around 730 naira per litre at many MRS stations, Isong warned that sustained supply requires diversification. He urged the government and industry stakeholders to ensure multiple supply channels to avoid potential shortages and ensure stable pricing. I mean, you know, there was a time we had this conversation, and you said that Dangote's refinery has the capacity to, you know, to provide, you know, to supply Nigeria, and equally, you know, fend for some of the products we export out of this. But Mr. Clement Isong seems like he's disagreeing with you.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what data Mr. Clement is speaking from, but the facts remain the same, and these facts speak for itself. Dangote Refinery is the single-train largest refinery in the world, and it's been expanded to be the largest refinery in the world, and is 650
barrels per day.
Barrels per day production capacity, which is more than enough to produce what we consume. What I do agree with him is that we cannot slide into a one-source energy country. I agree with him. We love the competition between Dangote and the refinery. And the competition is the reason why Mr. Clement is coming out to give this statement, because Dangote is holding them, eating them hard at the jugular with the price slash. And he can do that because he can decide to go for cheaper crude, like the WTI and, you know, whatnot. So he can work around his production cost to slash the price. He can even decide to not make profits, to eliminate the competition. You know, it could be a long game, long strategy. But who wins in situations like this? The consumers, and that is what we want. So without competition, we cannot get the best deal for consumer in terms of pricing. Okay. So when we see people come out to make these kind of claims, it's good. Dangote does not make the national policy. The national policy remains that petroleum products can be imported. And even though I do not agree to the suspension of the tariff on petroleum importation, that is the national policy as it is today. There is no tariff on importation. So Mr. Clement and the rest of the petroleum product marketers are having a field day, you know, bringing fuel from all around the world into our shores without tariff. And they should enjoy that. But they should know that their days are numbers.
But was it that the tariff was, I thought the tariff was just reduced, not
No.
completely removed.
No, there was no tariff on it. Remember when we removed fuel subsidy, the federal government suspended the tariff on petroleum products to bring the price down. And, you know, when Dangote started producing, and we agreed that Dangote can meet our demand locally, the government decided to put the tariff back because that's the smart thing to do. That's how we can protect our local industries. And because Dangote right now is the sole producer, which will now make us deep into monopoly in that sector, which is a very, very critical sector. The policy was suspended. So I believe this policy should be pulled back. There should be tariff on petroleum products as soon as there are other players refining petroleum products here. And there was a communication from the marketers that says they are putting money together to start their own refinery too. And that's the conversation we should be having. Okay. If they think that Dangote cannot meet the targets of the local demand, they should set up their own refinery. But I feel like Nigeria has one of the biggest producer of crude, it is long overdue that we keep importing finished products.
Okay.
This is the time that we need to start refining our own products and exporting refined products to the world, to the rest of the world.
Okay, so I mean something very, very important, but whilst the federal government suspended the tariff, it told them it's just for the time being. In 2026, just the way we have the new national tax that is going to commence from January, that tariff is going to be revisited and reintroduced. We're just not clear when exactly it's going to come. It could be in the first quarter, within the first quarter, or immediately after the first quarter of the year. Dangote is also going into, free delivery for logistics in supplying products to different filling stations. Some people are asking this question. It's like, it only has MRS. Why are other stations staying back if MRS is gaining a lot from that and Nigerians are benefiting from that?
It's, first of all, just like Amina said, the government has deregulated that particular sector for a while now. So it's a free market, very free market. So if you are at the down part of it and you own pump stations, you can decide to sell for 2,000 naira. That's your business. If I come and buy it, then thank God. If I refuse to buy it, you go and promo. For all other pump stations, a lot of them are also owned by these marketers or are in partnership with these marketers. Marketers, I mean importers of petroleum products. So everybody that has a pump station is a marketer, but the importers themselves are now upper chain in the ladder. For this particular statement coming from Mr. Clement, it's well expected. He's on the other side of Dangote. He's in competition with Dangote, and he's allowed to import from anywhere. The 15%, just like we say on this table, we want it back. By next year, if all things work out, other refineries will come upstream. But now I'm looking forward to government not just only looking at the big refiners. Dangote is up there now. We'll have Boa that is coming up next year. But let's also look at the modular refineries that are scattered all over the place and start asking them questions. Some of them started before Dangote. Some of them were built before Dangote refinery. Let's now ask those questions. We've given you crude for a while, or we've had an allocation of crude for you. Or you're supposed to be refining, even if it's 20,000 or 10,000 barrels per day. What are you people doing? The monies you took or the loans you took, we should start calling them to account, because a lot of these are channels of corruption. Some state governments also got into it. Some institutions also got into it. So those monies that you took from either government or loan or subvention or grant, they should start accounting for it. That way, you see that we have a little bit of sanity in that particular field. NNPC's basket money and water pouring down the drain give a lot of them the impetus to go and collect money from the state or federal government and outside this country. So if we can see them refining, they should start accounting for those monies. By next year, other players will come into the field, and Dangote will not be the only one refining petroleum products. At the long run, it is the common man that is going to benefit, because the prices will come down, the competition will work. And just like Amin said, if the importers see it very necessary to join the battle, they should go and build a refinery.
Okay, before I come back to Amin, now, this, I'm more interested in other filling stations joining the train. So is it that it's the politics of business or the business of politics that seems like it's only MRS that is with Dangote?
Okay.
And others are refusing, or no, probably the reason why they've not been won to this side, because obviously it looks like if they are won to this side, we will not be having gridlocks in front of MRS filling stations and scanty or other filling stations being scanty. Before now, it was the NNPC filling stations that used to enjoy that privilege.
Okay, let's backtrack. Remember the first time Dangote started selling refined PMS, and he called for marketers to come and load. If you remember very well, NNPC were the first to say no, that the product were substandard. If you remember very well, at the top, not even the lower part of the selling public. NNPC were the first. The market, the importers, and NNPC, because NNPC were more like the talking heads, but the marketers were behind the scene doing the push. Then we went past that to loading. Then the associations now started coming. Pengassi, Association of Pump Owners, Association of Fuel Owners, now started coming against this same person. Now, we are coming from a place where a set of people have held this particular sector captive, and they dictated price and how things should be. Then a new player came in and is disrupting the whole place. And they want to remain relevant, make all the whole profit, and keep things the way they are. But sorry, it cannot happen anymore. A lot of these pump stations, which happens to be on the lower side of the ladder, are either owned by these marketers or are in partnership with these marketers. So right now, they are the ones that have been caught in this crossfire, because at the end of the day, it's the Naira and Kobo that you sell that matters. Dangote was able to pull out a partnership with MRS, apart from some personal relationship he has with the owners and management of that particular filling station. But he's open. He's made it open. If you want to buy from us, come. We will supply you.
But what about, can this thing hold in court where you say you can't sell more than 739 Naira? And if you are seen to be selling above that price,
he said you should call. If you see an MRS pump station selling above 739, please report. Now he's saying this because he is giving them at a specific price. Right. So he expects that their markup should not be more than this. And he is doing this because he knows that the competition will find it difficult to match his price.
Great. Now, I want us to look at this. Mr. Amin, the modular refineries SOUQ referred to, Dangote, and many others who are coming into the frame. If we have, one of the reasons why we had some of our cargoes of crude, we were unable to sell them some few days ago, some weeks ago, is because one of the reasons that we said is because that we have volume of crude even from OPEC plus nations. People are passing their quota, and it's just there. One of those reasons we couldn't sell. The other reason is if we have lots of refined product abundantly available in our country by virtue of the people that are playing in that sector, locally refining, transportation is going to reduce, and it's going to affect food costs in the market, and the boom is going to be obvious, and it's going to reflect in our economy. Do you see us getting there anytime? At the most, do you think something like that is going to be possible at let's say in the second quarter or the third quarter of 2026?
All things being equal. That's the only thing you miss in your statement. All things being equal. Because in Nigeria, if all the variables on paper looks right, there's the Nigeria that will disrupt it. The greed of our people, for one. The lack of hands-on enforcement and monitoring of the government, for second. So you are right. If all these variables align, we are going to see boom in our economy. There will be more jobs. Production is going to be easy because beyond just gasoline and the major energy supplies that we get from refineries, it has shown that there are byproducts that can potentially give birth to about 10,000 industries, from insecticide to so many pesticides, petroleum jelly. There are so many things that we get as byproducts from crude refining. So that means 10,000 industries. Imagine the number of players. Then there's so much jobs that I cannot even fathom. But Nigeria as it is, beyond all these ideas and all these variables, the government needs to be hands-on. A lot of the hardship that we are going through is, I like to call it man-made. It's just because the government is very levity. They take things easy with a lot of things. That's the hardship that most of it is Like, for example, the sudden increase in transportation is not because energy prices has gone up. This December, Dangote has reduced fuel prices. So why is transportation price going up? So that's why I say all things being equal, because if all things being equal, if petroleum prices is coming down, then everybody should be saying, oh, Uber is cheaper by 10%, because that's about the percentage in the reduction in price of the petrol prices. So 10% less. So we should be seeing that. Now, but we are seeing the opposite. People now take Uber for about 20, 30, 40,000 naira, the same trip they take for 7,000 normally. And there is no explanation, there is no logic that supports that hike in price. So, you know, while we are looking at the economic and the data, you know, the 1+1 that is supposed to give us 2, we should be looking at the Nigerian factor that will make 1+1 give you 13.
Okay. That calls the attention of the FCCPC. See, every time we discuss issues like this, you are always there. Formerly, it was the National Orientation Agency. Whenever we have conversation, we tend to call you out. But the FCCPC must go beyond being a bulldog. But it needs to start biting. The Nigerian factor, it needs to start tackling it. We're not completely done with this. We're moving on to the next story, and it borders on transportation. Living costs going up and transport fares rise across all modes in the month of October 2025. That's according to the National Bureau of Statistics. Transport fares across Nigeria increased in October 2025, adding pressure to household budgets. The National Bureau of Statistics said in its latest Transport Fare Watch report. The report shows that commuters paid more for bus, air, motorcycle, Okada, and water transport. City bus fares averaged 1,058 naira 64 kobo in October, marking a 0.90% rise from September and 16.57% increase compared to October 2024. The consistent fare hikes reflect broader inflationary trends and rising fuel costs, contributing to growing costs of living for Nigerians who rely heavily on public transportation for daily commuting. Choose anytime fuel increase like this.
Okay.
Gary has gone. Before it used to be the dollar. You go to the market to buy a pint of Gary, they'll tell you, the dollar has increased. And you're like,
Egbo, dollar don't lie.
Like this Gary that you prepare from your local factory here, which of the components did you buy with the dollar? They can tell you, oh, the machine. But you use a crude means, a local crude means that you have fabricated yourself. For this production, now it has moved from dollar, now crude.
There's always an excuse for something to rise. Now, for the woman in the village, remember that the kids or the grandchildren...
And besides, they do better, Gary.
We go to school. So by the time the dollar rises and the school fees is increased, it affects the woman. She has to find a means of also augmenting.
We pay the teachers in dollar.
Okay, well, we can argue that for a long time. Let's look at this hike in transportation. Amin has already talked about it when we're talking about Dangote and co. There is no fuel increase. On the other side, we had a reduction in the price of fuel across board, both Dangote and the importers, because they could not help, they couldn't even try increasing their prices. This is the first time, I'll repeat again, this is the first time that in December we are having full supply of PMS and diesel in all pump stations.
And they reflect.
And the prices are not increasing, but rather they are reducing. And yet, transportation cost is going off the roof. This is the first time we are having transportation this high. If you remember very well, last year, fuel was selling for above 1,000 naira at this time.
Yes. Yeah.
And people were traveling for 50-something thousand naira for those going to Port Harcourt, about 60-something thousand naira for those going to Owerri and co. But this year, the pump price is at 739. Okay, if you buy from another pump station, it's at 840, 810, 850 at most. And transportation is 84,000 naira, 90,000 naira. We now ask ourselves, this is the greed factor he is talking about. Because you cannot explain it. It's nothing but the greed factor. The same thing is happening to airfares. Okay, they say, okay, aviation fuel increase. How? Dangote is supplying the US. Why are you not taking aviation fuel from him? It's still that set of people that have decided that, hey, let's fleece the people. That is the Nigerian factor he was talking about. We need to come to a place where we hold not just political office holders, but also business people. We'll call them out. This is unfair.
Great. Could it just be an institutional problem? I mean, or could part of the issue be an institutional problem? The reason why I'm asking is that he said last year at this time, fuel was selling about 1,000 naira before then. Before then, about 2 months or 6 weeks before that time, the BRT operators have put out a notice that, look, we are going to be increasing our transport fare by X amount. And they give the reasons why they are going to do that because of the increase in price. Now, you can see regulation. You can see transparency and being responsible and accountable. But a vast percentage or part of our transportation system is unregularized.
I disagree.
Okay, but the reason why I'm saying that because like the commercial operators in Lagos, even in other states, the individual and commercial private operators are more than the participation of government itself in that sector. That's what I'm saying. You said you disagree.
Yes, and I'll break it down. Now, the transportation architecture of this country, it looks unregularized, but let's break it down. We have two major sectors. The private companies, like the God is Good, they are private companies. If I were the government, for transportation generally, if you are doing transportation business, you are going to be categorized into two. People that are doing transportation business as an essential service. If I'm going to tax you, it's going to be the barest minimum, which is going to be like 5%. Now, if you now run a luxury transportation, I'll tax you 25%. So you need to pick which side you want to be on. That's what's that. So if God is Good, decide that they want to increase their price, then that means I'll categorize their business as luxury business. I'll charge them 25%. And I'm not going to charge them only for December. I'll charge them 25% tax throughout the year.
From January to December.
Do you understand? You have, it's free market. You have the right to do whatever you want to do. I have the right to do what I need to do too, to protect the people. Then I'll go to the other people, the garage people. The garage people, they are running their business on a local government land. Right? So the local government has the right to say, if the price is more than this, I kick you out. And if I see you picking people by the roadside, I'll impound your car. That is how government should run. Government cannot just fold their hands every time and say, we can't do anything. Because you are providing, if you go to Ojota, the garage is owned by local government. If you go to Agege, almost all the park is owned by local government. So if you have enough money to buy your own yacht, good and fine. I'll look at your prices and I will say, okay, this price that you are charging, okay, you are running as an essential service, 5%. Or you are running as a luxury business, 25%. So you pick your struggle.
Okay, now, before I come to Mr. Chooks, essential service.
Yes.
If you are operating transportation as an essential.
That means your price is fair, is good. We look at all the conditions.
But some of these companies would need to come register as an organization and we need to work within the conditionalities that will be specified to run as an essential service.
Exactly.
But most people in the city that we know, the reason why I'm calling it unregularized is because the government does not have both the technology and the infrastructure and including the manpower, or they've not shown conscious intentionality to do that.
I beg your pardon, sir. What you just said is making an excuse for the government.
No, they've not done that, because if they have,
we need to done that. No, they have the record. They have the record. The government has the record. The government has just failed to live up to their responsibility.
I don't think the government have the record of black and yellow vehicles in the city of Lagos.
They do have. And even the Uber, the Bolt, the government has the record. The government has the right to suspend their app if they think they are exploiting the people. They have the right to do that.
Until the government does that, I don't think they have it.
As a matter of fact, the government has the power to tell Uber the number of cars they register on their app. The government has the power at every point to request for the data of Uber drivers and the statistics of their ride and how much they charge. But they are not living to their responsibility. And this is us calling them out to live up to their responsibility. People are taking advantage of your citizens, and you are lying like you are helpless. The other time, the governor of Lagos State was on another national TV saying, oh, he called the tourism stakeholders, people in accommodation and hotel business, and he is begging them to take it easy on the people. You don't beg them. You rain down on them if you think, especially people that are committing crime. You take money for reservation from people 3-4 months. God knows the kind of business you've done with their money. They show up at your doorstep. You refund their money because somebody is ready to pay double, and nothing happens.
Okay, thank you. Now, I still don't agree with Mr. Amin and you that the government has these records.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm saying the government does not have it, because the government has not taken any steps that indicate that they have this record and they have the wherewithal by the push of a button to halt or to bring Uber or any other private transportation company to bear that, look, it's either you're operating by these conditions or we are going to take you down. I think if they have it, they would have, in collaboration with the FCCPC, which is rightly owned by the government at the federal level, if they are to collaborate with the State Ministry of Transportation to do that, to enforce such law. And if they are not doing that, I think they don't have I think they are somewhat sort of incapacitated.
Okay. The government, one, is not incapacitated. Never has been. Never will be. Two, the government has all this data. All of it. Now, the issue we should be asking ourselves is, why are they not doing what they are supposed to do?
Why?
It has to do with, one, incompetence. Two, they are in connivance with all this. There is an NURTW, mind you. There is the other National Union of Road Workers too. And for every single bus plying the road, they are all registered. For some of them, you see numbers. For some of them, you see a tag. For some of them, you look at their glasses. You see that.
So is either you have a limited liability company registered, or you belong to any of those associations.
All of them
and government has empowered this association to impound vehicles.
Now, this is where
not registered.
This is now where we are having issues. For every of these associations, they are working in connivance with whoever is in authority and making remittances directly. Where is government getting taxes from road workers? Is it not from NURTW? From state government? I don't know. They are there. It's just them doing the work that we elected them to do. They are not doing the work. But having the data, yes, they do.
Okay. Now, this conversation goes to our next story. We are not leaving this conversation completely. I think it's an extension and a continuation. It still borders on transportation. Passengers flood train stations as federal government's 50% Yuletide fare discount begins. A surge of passengers was recorded at railway stations across Nigeria on Tuesday as the federal government's 50% discounted train fare initiative kicked off for the Yuletide season. The Nigerian Railway Corporation confirmed that major routes operated near full capacity, with thousands taking advantage of the festive subsidy. The initiative aims to ease travel costs during the Christmas season and the New Year holidays. Mr. Amin, the reason why I said I disagree again was in line with transportation. The NRC is part of the transportation. Now, last year, the presidency and I think the Lagos State government came out to reduce bus fare for 50%.
Okay.
So BRT?
Yes, BRT.
There's a specific percentage for BRT for reduction of price, and there's a specific percentage for privately owned vehicles on the road.
That's happened for just, I think, a day or two for private owned vehicles and for specific transport vehicles.
This is where I'm going.
Not through the day.
Chooks, this is where I'm going. You want me to, I move on the streets of Lagos.
Okay.
If I'm not driving, I get there and I want to board a vehicle from Surulere or from Maryland. And before I enter, I'm trying to tell the conductor or the driver, look, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and Tinubu said 25% off.
Okay.
That's
it. You imagine what, probably I'm going to get a slap on my face, or someone is going to want to harass me like, I don't know them, what are you talking about?
Definitely you should get a slap on your face. If the government come up with a policy, implementation is always an issue. If the government is saying we are knocking off any amount of percentage from private vehicles or private operators, how are they doing that? Are they going to put in their marshals to get that done? If it's government property, good and fine, government can do that. If it's private property, then they have to put a marshal on ground or pay up front for that to happen.
Pay the subsidized part of
yes, definitely pay you, whatever it is you pay up. Since government is not coming out to regulate those prices, which they should do in the first place and not doing it, that is an issue. For the BRT buses, last year, the Lagos State government gave a lot of discount. It happened all through the year.
Yes.
They kept increasing or reducing
And on the
it.
train, too.
Then the trains also. Now, looking at what's happening right now for the trains, they've given out 50%. I tell you the basic truth. If a lot of people are informed about this, the train will not be able to cope with the traffic. Will not. If we look at what is costing people to move from Lagos to Ibadan on road, compared to what was the same price just last month. Okay, now imagine if we had a rail service that was moving from here to Port Harcourt or from here to Mina and it's functional. The people on the road charging these exorbitant prices, they will think twice.
The God is good you mentioned earlier, and you can, whilst addressing that, you can bring in the trains to bear. The same thing, even cross-state transportation was within the frame of the subsidized amount. They didn't budge to it. Now, we are talking about implementation, and this boils down to what I spoke about, unregulated areas.
If the subsidy gate in this country has shown us or has, taught us anything, is that when governments do policies like transportation that is not well structured, it's just a way to put money in the pocket of selected few people that are close to the government. If government genuinely wants cheap transportation, just like we have in the advanced country, each state will have their own BRT. Each state will have, like what we used to have in this country, each state will have their own express service, like the Niger State, Kwara Express, Edo line, which the government in Edo State is trying to revive. All the states we have, and the prices will be controlled by the state government. Beyond that, we have a well-connected rail service across the country. One of the destinations that used to be most expensive is usually Lagos to Ibadan before. But with the train that leaves from Lagos to Ibadan and Abeokuta, that route has been very, very cheap. Before that rail service started, about 12 years ago, or around the time that it started, Lagos to Ibadan used to be very crazy, even though it's a 2-hour journey. It used to be very expensive because of the number of people that take that route. But now, even though it's expensive, it's not as crazy as it used to be because now people have alternative. And it's a good thing that during this period, government is further slashing the prices. Government needs to do a national rail architecture that connects everywhere. And it is time that state government put counter funding into it to make it faster, because we all know what our budget is like. So and transportation is an essential service. It's not something that we leave in the hands of private sector, because we know the appetite for greed and for profit. Government needs to be more hands-on on transportation, especially if you are trying to run a tourism economy. You cannot just leave everything. You can't just leave everything just for people to fix the price and say, okay, market forces, because the people are at the mercy of the transport. The statistics is showing, the percentage the statistics is showing is not accurate. The hike in transportation right now is going to about 400, 500%.
So the subsidy won't even reflect.
The subsidy cannot reflect. It's not effective. These are just the theatrics that government play for headline to just look good. But if you look at the practicality of it, everybody in this studio use public transport if it's not the regular bus Uber. We know what the price is like. And we are in this same country, this same Lagos last month, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. We know what we are paying. So it's either the government is totally unaware or they are not in tune with the people that they are serving, or they just intentionally just want to play to the gallery and just gaslight the people.
Okay. Last year also, now, this is before we go on a break, where this ticket for the trains, I think you get tickets. Yes. And during that season, because someone told me that his experience, you get the ticket, and when the subsidy was on ground, some staff bought all the tickets.
And we're now reselling it?
And we're reselling it.
Okay.
But not for the subsidized amount.
Yes.
Now let's...
That's enforcement too. That's where enforcement comes in.
How many of them were arrested? This is the question we should ask ourselves. The MD of Nigeria Railways, how many of your staff did you sack after that incident?
And there are surveillance cameras around the facilities.
So these are the questions. When the person, they will tell you after all, am I the only one? Oga they do am. Let yourself some pidgin English. Oga they do am. So we need to start holding people accountable to things like this, and not just following the good face of the law. So we have to start saying no to some of these things. If you are not traveling, you have no business with a subsidized ticket. If you are not directly operating in the office where I can go there and buy this subsidized ticket, of what business?
Decide if one person is coming to buy about 50 subsidized tickets, you should raise alarm.
What is it doing with 50 subsidized tickets? These are the questions. And for those particular tickets, those tickets can and should only be sold at point of travel. If a train is leaving at that time, then ticket sales start maybe 2, 4, 5 hours before then. And once you exhaust for the train that is leaving, we wait for the next batch of the train. That's how things should run. We should hold ourselves accountable to things before we start holding the next.
It's okay now that it seems to have been digitized and we all have. Well, that's as far as we can go for this first segment. We're going to break. When we come back, SOUQ Business Landscape continues to stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literacy said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, Vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. If you just joined us, this is SOUQ Business Landscape. Myself, Chooks and Amin, we're on the table. And they'll tell you, Chooks and Amin, of course, you know they are table shakers and breakers. Let's move to our next story. It's Christmas, right? And food is a very, very important part of it. Food consumption. December festive demand pushes food prices higher in Lagos markets. Lagos households are facing a sharp rise in food prices this December as festive season demand meets tightening supply across major markets in the city. Compared to November, prices surged across most staples, driven by increased consumption, higher transportation costs, and speculative pricing by traders, a pattern common during the festive period. A recent market survey tracking 7 key food items showed that 49 recorded price increase, 18 declined, and 3 remained unchanged. This means 69% of tracked items rose by 25.4%, fell, and 5.6%. Now, let me read out some of the prices. Rice, 50 kg bags from 60,000 to 140. That's quite a margin for us to determine exactly how. Beans, 30 paint sack bag, 100,000 to 170. And onion bag from 25,000 to 40,000. Tomatoes, small bucket, 3,000 to 10,000. Pepper, that's locally called rodo. The sack is 150,000. Gari bag, 17,000. Chicken, frozen drumstick, 1 kg, 12,230. Beef, mince. No, so have you been to the market lately?
No, but I've been to retail grocery stores, and I can tell you that a bag of rice is still selling for 65,000, 70,000, depending on the brand.
Okay. So, right, 65, 70,000 naira. So if most people want to argue, they tell you, hey, it was worse than this before. It looks like we're making progress. Why are they still telling us that food prices are surging?
Food prices are surging in the unregulated market. And I feel like a lot of people look past the ShopRite, the Prince Ebanor because usually their prices are like 3,000, 4,000 higher than the conventional markets. But in times like this, they don't change their prices. Their prices remain the same. But people just assume, people just have the psychology to say, oh, market is usually cheaper. But these people, they still sell at the same prices. And I understand this December, I'm not excusing it, it's wrong. A lot of companies are now giving out bags of rice. So a lot of companies, you can imagine how many, all these banks, how many bags of rice they are buying. So, and when there is so much demand. Prices will go up. And then, of course, we just discussed about prices of logistics and all of that has gone up because of this. That's not to excuse it, because I feel like as a country, the same thing happens year in, year out. We should be prepared for it, and we need more bigger stores that are regulated, that sell groceries like this.
Okay.
That can give us a uniform price across the year, beyond just, you know, market forces that you can buy a bag of rice 60,000 naira in the morning, and before 12, the same bag can be selling for 80,000, 90,000 naira. No, nothing happened. It's just people telling themselves that I have just 10 bags left. I can as well just double my profit on the remaining 10 bags just because there's so much demand. But if there are wholesale, you know, big stores that can sell and give us, I feel like can solve that problem. So we need more business people that can go into grocery wholesale. And Lagos State government has these food banks everywhere in Mushin. I don't know what is happening to
also
it.
Close to mile 12.
Mile 12. I don't know what is happening to it, but I've not heard of it lately. I've gotten vegetables and stuff from the Mushin branch, and it was well organized and all of that. I've not heard anything of it lately. I feel like this period is the time that we really need those kind of facility to check the conventional markets.
Okay. Chooks, my outing yesterday for a report, you know, I've seen people are buying cows for the Yuletide. People are buying food stuff. You go to the local market on Lagos Island, whether food price, consumer market, or that of wares, the traffic there is crazy. Everybody's making money. Everybody's paying money. You're paying for parking space. The traffic is unheard of. If you go to my 12 International Market, obviously demand is going to be high. It's going to be high up there. So the price surge, is it only, you know, as a result of the demand, or under the December that people are going to come for it, that it's making all, like the greed you said earlier?
Okay, the price surge is the combination of all of them. We are at that period where people save all year round to spend
in December,
to spend around this period, while some other people wait all year round to collect from you this same period. So there are two factors. There are a lot of people, the demand is very high right now, just for a period of 2 weeks. So for those selling wares, let's use them as a point of reference. Give them 10 days. If you know this market very well, give them 10 days. That same shirt they were selling for 24,000 naira, you buy it at 8,000. 8,000 what? 4,000, because they want to clear that sale. Give it 10 days. December is going to end by 27, 28. Day 2, we want to travel. The person that did the sale want to travel. But by 1st of January, 3rd, 4th, they want to sell all that out and start a new year. It's the demand thing. The demand is very high for us.
24,000 to 7,000?
Yes, it does happen. The demand is very high at this period. For food items, it's also the same thing. Now, for those that can't stock a lot of perishables, they have the same that they can sell out without it perishing. And now the demand for that particular size is there, so definitely the prices will go up, but it's not as high as it did last year. It's not as high as it did last year. For things that are hitting the roof are things like the goat, the cows, and the chicken. Those are the ones that are trying their best to go up. But hey, it's just a matter of time. We expected it, and it's just happening. So,
Okay, now let's talk about market specificity. The Mile 12 International Market is not only serving Lagos and its environs. It goes as far as serving even other West African countries. They drive in here.
Definitely.
To come and buy. And we see the ability of that market to supply local economy. Do you think, and the Lagos state government in some of these strategic markets have the Lagos state establishing markets where they are buying straight from the farms and they are selling in their specific markets, not as high as the prices that the normal private entrepreneur out there is selling, but a little bit subsidized. Because when I attended one of the programs in the Lagos State at LCC, Lagos State Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, when they were having conversation about how they are dealing with local farmers and local farms. Should we not have more of this? Having more of this will mean that we are going to be having cheaper food prices across the state. And this is an initiative that we have only few subnational leaders engaging in, because we're having more from other states to come into Lagos to buy. And it defeats the price. Because you are going to spend the amount of money on transportation. How do we beat all this down? Talking about investment of other subnationals in their respective states.
I've always been an advocate for the agri-economy. In my own opinion, I've always believed that the only thing that can turn the fortune and the destiny of this nation from high unemployment nation to a prosperous nation is agriculture, because in my own opinion, this is one thing that every single state in this country can invest in. This is one thing that can employ everybody from any age you can imagine, up to even kids that are 6, 7 years old. They have something they can do on the farm. Obviously not during their school hour. They have something they can do on the farm. A 80-year-old, 75-year-old people, they have something they can do, even if it's to help with the vegetable, removing the leaves from the stems. And regardless of your level of education, if you are highly skilled, you are educated, you can be the concierge talking to international people for exports, be the person that communicates between the local people and the international people. If you are an engineer, you can be in the processing chain of it. There is the logistics, that's one thing that can employ all of us. Any other thing that you can think of, IT, petroleum, it will take us at least 20 years to train people. Because in a country where about more than half of us are uneducated, are illiterate. So if you want to grow the economy by IT or petroleum, it means minimum of 20 years to train people to be able to read and write and understand. But agriculture, with your level of training, pack all the boys begging on the street of Lagos, take them to the farm to start plucking mango. They start making money now. You pluck the mango, you export. Take them, so you don't need so much training. Like if you take them to the farm today, they find something to do today that can fetch them money. So I believe that's the only sector that can change the fortune of this country. Beyond that, this is survival. Everybody needs to eat at least once a day. At least, even if you say you're a fit farm, you eat once a day. So it's something, and Yoruba, I keep saying this, Yoruba say something. Yoruba say, meaning once you remove food from poverty, everything else is small. Do you understand? No matter how poverty-ridden somebody is, once you give them food, at least they go first calm down, they go first sleep, then you think about something else. But somebody that has not eaten, there's nothing can
no
go
creativity.
into no creativity. So it's something that we should declare a state of emergency across all the states, because you can grow something in every state. Look at, if you go to any supermarket in Lagos now, strawberry goes for as high as 12,000, 18,000, 20,000 for a very small bowl. If you go to Jos, they are begging people to come and buy. So what do you see there? Just logistics problem. Just for you to be able to pluck it fresh and get a cooling van that can bring it straight from Jos farm to Lagos. But guess what? South Africans are able to ship their own strawberry with plane to Lagos. to sell for 20,000, 25,000. And there's so much high demand for it. Why our own strawberry is rotting away in Jos. So it's high time that the governors, they need to wake up and, shift their focus from the FARC allocation and invest in lasting prosperity for
Thank you very much. Now, because of what he raised, I just need us to contribute a lot to that. There's a time doctor will say the cassava, he was referring to geopolitics and the effect of that in some of the produce that we export from Africa, from Nigeria to the other part of the world, and he specifically mentioned, is it cassava or plantain, that we seem to be making a good fortune in that until the powers that be at the geopolitical realm came and said, the cassava or some of the produce that is being exported from Nigeria or Africa out there have carcinogenic substances in them. Now, we have that to deal with, and we have the standard that some of these products that we are supposed to export to meet. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council and the various states that have the state chambers of commerce industry, because I only see that of Lagos and that of Abuja. Most of the time, they are in the news, in your face. So, Chooks, because if we export, we make more money, because that's where we export in dollars.
Yes.
What do you think we need to put in place?
Yeah, I always love submission when it gets to the agri sector. I am not a strong proponent of exporting agricultural products. I will ask you this first question: have we fed ourselves? Have we fed Africa? Feeding ourselves in Africa is enough to give us times 100 of whatever we're exporting to anybody anywhere outside Africa. I always like working with time when it comes to agri. We pay a whole lot of lip service and empower a few people in the name of agricultural revolution. That has happened for far too long. At the end of the day, we ask ourselves direct questions. Show us the product. A lot of investment was done by this administration this year alone in the agri sector. So by this time, I should be asking ourselves, dear federal government, show us the product. Farming is not like science where you say, okay, it's knowledge-based. You don't have empirical evidence or product to show. If you went to the farm, you're supposed to harvest something. So show us the product. Amin was saying everybody can find a space to work in the farm. All it takes is 3-4 months to grow rice. All it takes is 3-4 months to grow beans. All it takes is 3-4 months to grow majorly all the major staples. So in 6 months, we should have had barns, silos that were overflowing. So the same question I'm asking again, show us this product. Now, for the farmers, we need boards. We need agricultural boards. Lagos State is trying to bring that back, but we need to really do things the right way. Now, these boards can completely take away the stress of be it storage, be it logistics, away from the farmer and compensate the farmer accordingly. Then sell directly to the people. That is for state governments now to its own citizens. Sell directly to the people. Cheaper than what they would get from the market because they have taken away that logistics that somebody else or somebody somewhere is going to incur, making the product at the end of the day cheaper. Then now, if we say we want to really export, what are we exporting? We are still exporting the primary product, cassava. We happen to be one of the second largest producers of cassava, but
we import starch.
We come nowhere close to value addition in cassava, nowhere close to it. So these are what we should be exploring. A lot of the cassava in this country are even bought in the farm. Before you harvest, somebody has paid for it. And by the time the person pays for it, we don't know where the person is taking it or cutting it to. That is why Gary is expensive. People say the Gary has come cheap. No. Yes, we think it's cheap, but it's still expensive. So if we grow more, how can we process more to give money to the people at that grassroots that are growing it? Then we know that we have an economy that we can't circle, because any wealth you can't circle is not a wealth.
Great. Now, Chooks talked about Gary, so let me bring it to Amin. Attending some food production symposium, I've heard people who have practiced in this agriculture for two decades and a half, and they're telling he's talking to the journalist and say, do you know why Gary is expensive? Sometimes it's not because of the insecurity. It's because Gary or cassava, they get Gary from that. That some industrialists, before the cassavas are harvested, they've already paid for it. And they're not manufacturing gari. That cassava sometimes is used to do noodles. And
Noodles,
starch. Yes, and all of that. And that
industrial starch.
Yes. That some of this, these different use for it could be the reason. I mean, I give you an example. If you've seen bitter cola, there were times I used to buy bitter cola for 20 naira. Now the size I used to buy for 20 naira is 500 naira.
Dollar has increased.
Dollar? Mm-hmm. They are telling you that foreigners came into this country who have industrial use for these, and they export it back to their country. What do we do as a government or as a people?
What we need to do as a people is to increase our production capacity. Practically what we have in this country now is that the biggest agricultural companies in this country are owned by foreigners. Olam is one of them. And what they do is they buy off agricultural produce. Sometimes they even give cash advance to farmers that have track record. They pay for their yield even before the yield comes. So what is left is what we consume. And they kind of like set the price. So if the farmer can sell to Olam at so price, if he's bringing it to the local market, he has to match it. If not, he will just take to Olam or the other players in that field. Now, why that is good? Because I agree that the farmers need the fair compensation for their hard work. But there is still space to play on, because we are barely cultivating even 50% of our arable land. So there is no scarcity of land. We can produce more. And again, we are not producing optimally. What we produce is, we produce only during the rainy season. Now, technology has shown that we can have round-the-clock agriculture. In Oyo State, Governor Seyi Makinde, together with some private sector, they are running greenhouse farming, which is round-the-year clock, where they make artificial rainfall. It's like a tent. So they run the pipe, they can do artificial rainfall, they can on their ultraviolet light to give artificial sunlight and everything. And it's working. So I don't know, they showed the pilot program, I don't know how far they've gone, but it's possible. We just need more investment. So we are barely scratching the surface of our agricultural potential. So the export is not our problem. The problem is that we are not producing enough. Even we are not exporting enough. Like I said, you barely see Nigerian products in African stores when you travel out. You barely see it. So we are not producing enough, and a lot of young people have not seen agriculture as a viable means to escape poverty. So the government needs to show them the money. A few players, they are making unimaginable money. They are making monies that feel too unreal. People are grossing billions from one crop, from only beans. Imagine a farmer that is dealing in 4 or 5 crops, and on beans alone is grossing billions. But we can do so much more. You see, in this, we are in the city, in Lagos, in the city, where everywhere is covered in concrete. If we put a sack outside and put yam and leave it, we are going to harvest in 6 months. That's how blessed we are as a country with the weather. It supports agriculture, even without fertilizer, without anything. Just drop anything. During the pandemic, personally myself, during the shutdown, I had a maize farm. I barely spent 20,000 naira. I used my security to cultivate the land. I went to the market to buy fertilizer, and we cultivated 2 plots of land, gave out corn after 3 months. It's so easy. It's so, like, there is no any other money doubling than dropping a grain of a crop and it turns to 100 within 3 months. There's no any way you can double your money more than that.
There's no way you can double more than that. That's coming from Ami. And you better believe it. Now let's go to our next story. Social media regulation. Federal government orders takedown of terror-linked social media accounts. The federal government of Nigeria has directed social media platforms to remove accounts used by terrorists and criminal networks for propaganda and fundraising. The move aims to curb the spread of violent content and disrupt digital channels used by armed groups to coordinate operations and solicit funds. Authorities said the directive applies to all major platforms operating in Nigeria. Government officials emphasized the importance of collaboration with tech companies to enhance national security and protect citizens from extremist content online. Chooks, do we need to sit, instead of making this public statement, do we need to invite the representatives of these big companies here in Nigeria, like the Minister of Digital Economy, the Minister of Information Technology, need to invite, and Communications need to invite the representatives of these economies, of these social media organizations, because for us to have this conversation, or just making public statement like this will suffice?
We don't need to invite anybody. Sadly, this coming out now, today happens to be the 24th of December, 2025, and it's now that this is coming out. It's quite a slap on our faces. It's a major indictment on the government, because this should not even make the news in the first place. On no account should a terrorist be operating a social media handle and it's let to go live in any country. That's terrorism itself. The advanced countries, they don't do that. That is enough for them to find whoever that person is, wherever he is, and pick him up. But us, we are not finding, we are picking up. We are coming here to tell us government is working by telling social media platforms and owners to run down account. No, that's too low. We are setting the bar too low, way too low. If I tomorrow wake up and tweet something negative or something adverse on the government, I will be arrested tomorrow. It doesn't matter where I am, they'll find me. But somebody has an account, not just violent tweet or violent post, but showing nefarious activities. And all what we are saying in 2025 is take down the account. That's too low.
I mean, your take.
I think, like, I agree totally with what Mr. Chuk said. I'm just going to add that why this is coming too late, I think that the agency is not getting their responsibility right. You are supposed to track where the IP is coming from and get the terrorist in custody. Because, number one, an email or a telephone number was used to register this account. Now, this phone is being operated by satellite masts. Thirdly, there is an IP for wherever you are using. If you are using your phone here, there is a digital footprint that shows that you use your phone here. There's a way they map the IP. So that is what the Secret Service and the Agency Against Counter-Terrorism or whatever should be doing. They shouldn't be clamping down on shutting down the account. They should be getting people behind the account to answer for their crime. Because people are not just threatening to commit crime. People are showing you that we've gotten away with crime, or we've kidnapped people and we have gotten ransom, and this is the ransom. They even threaten the president. They threaten the head of the military. Are they not even angry that they are threatening the head of the military? Are they not angry that a 18, 19-year-old, 21-year-old boy somewhere in the bush, just because he has phone and internet and AK-47, can be threatening the head of the military, can be threatening the commander-in-chief? And all we can do is to beg TikTok owners to shut down their accounts. This is not the conversation we should be having in 2025, especially if about 50% or more of our budget is into defense. Now we need to question what exactly you are doing with those money. If people can still kidnap people and come on social media with their face, without mask, we need to put that. They are not behind any mask. In global terrorism, when they want to make videos like that, they are usually covered in mask. They are in a very dark room, such that you cannot have an idea of where they are. But somebody is in the bush. So I believe people that there are scientists that can tell you that with the position of the sun, with the way the cloud is looking, this is Kano, this is Yobe. That is why on the international scale, when they want to do something like that, it's in a dark room, so that you cannot tell where the sun is hitting and you can tell their location. But these people, without even, with no masks. That means we have no facial recognition, anything. There is nothing to track, and then we spend 50-60% of our budget on defense. So we need to ask the Minister for Defense, what exactly are you doing with this money? If terrorists have gotten so bold to be threatening not just the citizens now, even the commander-in-chief and the head of the military.
Okay, let's look at it from different perspective. We are talking about technology, and I want us to look at the Ministry of Information Technology, the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, and including agencies like NASENI and some other agencies. But we need to also know where subnationals are going to play in issues or in matters like this, because some of these subnationals, if not all, also have Ministry of Communications, have the Ministry of Science and Technology, because it looks like we are lacking synergy among agencies and at the different strata of government, and it's like we've not utilized them to our advantage. Choose.
Well, when it comes to security issues, there is no subnational, there is no local government, there is no federal government. Security issue is security issue. It doesn't matter where it's affecting, whose village is affecting, or whose locality is affecting. It's a national issue.
But
agencies and must be dealt with as a national issue. For this particular issue right now, we kept dilly-dallying and pampering and babying it, and it has turned to the monster that it is. This administration should go beyond rhetoric. Tinubu said he's not going to tolerate anything from anybody at the presentation of the 2026 budget. He has come up with a new Minister of Defense. We want to start seeing actions. Just like Amin said, this, in quote, human beings will come on the social media space, not covered, directly making all manner of posts. And as we speak, facial recognition can catch me when I do something nefarious, but the facial recognition is not working for them. Okay. So it just tells us that there are things beyond what they are saying. Do your job. It's not. Let's not make excuse of the security agencies are not working together. No, they are not doing the job that we have called them to do. That is what we are asking for.
Before we go to our next story, so that we can round up there was a story in Kano where a young man actually, either said some religious things that he was not supposed to say, and was termed blasphemy, and he said it on social media. He was arrested and taken to court. There were other issues where people did the same thing, but they carried out those acts on social media, and they were traced and arrested. Probably they give you the excuse that, hey, this person that's wielding an AK-47 rifle did it in the middle of Sambisa forest. So that will need to deploy.
Let me help you.
Can they be excused?
There is no excuse on it. As long as you used an appliance, an electronic appliance, as long as you used an internet service, it can be traced. It doesn't matter how long it takes. The worst you can do is to bounce your IP in different places, but it will still be traced. The only thing it will take is time, but it can be traced. There is nothing you can hide. Okay.
This is linked to our second story. This is linked to this story, and it's our last story. So it's insecurity and kidnappers earning 2.57 billion naira in Nigeria between July 2024 and 2025. The criminal groups in Nigeria made at least 2.57 billion naira from kidnapping for ransom between July 2024 and June 2025, according to a new report by SBN Intelligence. The report examined key economic and political events shaping Africa in 2025. It revealed that while kidnappers demanded around 48 billion in ransom over a 12-month period. Only a fraction was actually paid. SBM described the kidnapping crisis as a structured, profit-driven industry that continues to thrive due to worsening insecurity and all of that. Okay.
Dear Pri and everybody on this table, this is not an industry. Let's put it out there. This is not a profit industry, and this is not who we are. So SBM, thank you very much for your report, but please, it is not an industry. It is a criminal organization. They are criminals and they are terrorists, and not an industry, and it doesn't thrive in Africa and will not thrive in Africa. So that rhetoric and that kind of story that we are trying to paint Africa with is not going to stick, and it will not work.
Great. In rounding up, I mean, we just spoke about technology, and there were criticisms that, look, some of these kidnappers, you know, when they collect this ransom, they pay it into a specific bank account. Have we gone away from that season where there are intelligence officers from both the CBN and EFCC that works with banks to see how much people just flow into people's bank account and look at the amount? I can 48 million naira or 480 million naira just jump into your account. Don't they investigate who are you? What kind of business do you do? And sometimes, if care is not taken, invite you by the bank to know how you get something.
I don't believe that terrorists take ransom by bank account, but...
No, they get the money by cash dropped somewhere, then they take it by themselves and deposit in different bank accounts.
How do you... So I don't know. I don't know how that plays out, and I doubt the authenticity of that story, because rural Nigerians, where these kidnappers play, is still the places that are unbanked in this country. They don't believe in banks in most of those rural areas. That being said, there are still ways that CBN and the banks can trace all of these funds, because in Nigeria of today, to raise 100 million naira in cash, there will be red flags. There's a way you know that people are in urgent need of this cash, even if you are buying it off market women. Information should have gotten to the government. So government needs to do more, and most importantly, our security is not performing optimally because beyond the federal government, the subnationals have decided to trivialize security. When you ask them to be responsible in their own capacity, within their own jurisdiction, they politicize it to say, oh, security is an exclusive list where we don't have power and we are just chief security officer as a title. Until they start playing in their own capacity. I like to give example of Lagos State. Lagos State is the most secure state and is not fluke. There is so much hard work that goes into Lagos security architecture, from getting police off traffic job. If you go to every other state, police still manage traffic. In Lagos State, they say, you know what, just focus on your security. We are going to get last man to do our traffic duties, to neighborhood watch, to help you gather intels from localities, through the Lagos Security Trust Fund that is running into tens of billions to equip police and to, in fact, they give police extra stipend to serve in Lagos. So a lot of the best police, they struggle to be posted in Lagos to serve in Lagos. To, they give them motorcycles, bulletproof vests, helmets, even helicopters. So if Lagos now tell you we are the safest state in this country, it's not because federal government is paying more attention to Lagos than any other place. It's because the government here, they've taken it upon themselves, rather than trivializing to say, oh, security is an exclusive list. They are actually within the law, within what the law permits them to do. Yeah. They are doing their best to complement what the federal government is doing and is working and is showing.
Okay, so Jukes, as a round up.
Okay, to every security personnel out there, we want to appreciate you. To every military person out there protecting our borders and trying to keep us safe, we also appreciate you. To the administrators of this security outfit, we demand more. We want more. We cannot trivialize a life lost. Neither can we bring it back. So we should be able to start saying no to some of these things. And to everyone that has a role to play, let's take politics aside and make Nigeria safe.
it concerns us, because if it doesn't bite you today, it will bite your child tomorrow. Thank you.
And for me, be good. Lagos should have a security trust fund. And like Amin said, they are just not getting the money. There's a trust fund for that. Maybe other subnationals should do likewise. I'm Oyin Priya Kromalia. Good morning to you. Many thanks for watching. Do have yourself a splendid day ahead. But yes, Chooks has said bye.
Yes, Chooks, hey, have yourself. It's Christmas tomorrow.
It's Christmas.
Just give us your address. We'll be there. Merry Christmas.
Okay, and Amin.
Merry Christmas to you. Easy on the alcohol, easy on the food. Enjoy.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. See you tomorrow.
Bye for now.
Think like that because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
I was born on the 16th day of October,
63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing, my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstances. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all in the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gifts and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, that you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something to do. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I said, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what. The truth is, a crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. They were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. They understand. I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
What makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often begin early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other developmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Food exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
To start with, let me give some as you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduje's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know. The process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claims. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigeria, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it become act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country, but could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bill are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated, internally and of course the one for custom. They put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later day. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. The 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions, and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL fund. So NEL fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you is just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government, because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself, and then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds, because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them, and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycles, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much more a right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset. so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. Okay, so I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people, and the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? say so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of BAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. What do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by the virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, the family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company. a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
wise men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the art.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Now, the federal government of Nigeria has recorded a fiscal deficit of approximately 5,700 billion naira during the first half of 2025, driven by persistent revenue shortfalls and high expenditure data from the Budget Office of the Federation, revealing that the deficit stood about 3,040 billion naira in the first quarter and 2,660 billion naira in the second quarter. Although these figures remained below the initial budgetary projections, the cumulative deficit represents a significant strain on public finances compared to the previous year, highlighting an increasing imbalance in the national budget. To bridge this financial gap, the government relied heavily on domestic borrowing, totaling over 6 trillion naira alongside external multilateral and bilateral project-tied loans, while the second quarter deficit to gross domestic product ratio of the 2.64% remains within the legal 3% threshold. The Budget Office expressed concern regarding long-term debt sustainability. Officials emphasized that without improved revenue mobilization in the remaining months of the year, continued heavy borrowing could lead to rising interest costs and restricted credit access for the private sector. Now, major oil marketers have cautioned that Dangote Petroleum Refinery, despite recent price cuts and increased output, cannot single-handedly meet Nigeria's petrol subsidy needs. Executive Secretary of the Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria, Clement Insong, said reliance on single supply is already creating distortion in the downstream market. He made the remarks while addressing the implications of Dangote's recent gantry price production from 828 naira to 699 naira per litre. Although the price cuts have led to pump price dropping to around 739 naira per litre at many MRS stations, Isang warned that sustained supply required diversification. He urged the government and industry stakeholders to ensure multiple supply channels to avoid potential shortages and ensure stable pricing. Now, a surge of passengers was recorded at railway stations across Nigeria on Tuesday as the federal government's 50% discounted train fare initiative kicked off for the Yuletide season. The Nigerian Railway Corporation confirmed the major routes operated near full capacity, with thousands taking advantage of the festive subsidy. The initiative aims to ease travel costs during the Christmas and New Year holidays. The NRC spokesperson, Callistus Onyemadu, disclosed the development in a statement, noting that the discount applies nationwide and it's already driving up traffic on intercity train services, according to reports. Now, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed the commitment of Lagos State to establishing a transparent and growth-oriented fiscal environment during the Tax Reform Summit held in collaboration with the State Treasury Office. The administration is actively aligning with federal initiatives to protect small enterprises while ensuring high net worth individuals fulfill their societal obligations through a more efficient collection system. By focusing on the Lagos implementation roadmap, the government aims to eliminate systemic leakages and expand the tax net to provide sustainable value and shared prosperity for all residents. The chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, Taiwo Yedele, emphasized that the current reforms are designed to repair broken systems rather than simply increasing existing rates. He highlighted that building public trust is dependent on clear transparency regarding how revenue is utilized and how the consistent application of rules across the state is used. Lagos State is now positioned to lead the nation in utilizing high-quality data for economic planning, ensuring that taxpayers' contributions are directly linked to visible development and improved infrastructure across the metropolitan area. Now, Japan plans to issue new government bonds worth around $189 billion to fund a record-sized budget for the next fiscal year, according to a draft reviewed by Reuters on Wednesday. The move reflects the administration's commitment to expansionary fiscal policies and stimulating economic growth. The annual budget, to be finalized on Friday, will be the first under Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. She has made proactive spending a central feature of our economic strategy, aiming to support public investment, infrastructure, and overall economic activity. Analysts said the bond issuance underscores Japan's reliance on fiscal stimulus to maintain growth amid global uncertainty. They note that while the plan may boost short-term economic activity, it could raise long-term concerns over rising debt levels and fiscal sustainability, requiring careful management of future budgets and public finances. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ag Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aiboje Ag Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Agboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Agboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's 3rd largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw ecotourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards
Yes, it is the Christmas Eve edition of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And we say welcome and hello to you. Welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Once again, here we'll break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the African stories differently. And, you know, in a continent shaped by oral tradition, visual media has become the modern village square, breaking literacy barriers, amplifying local languages, and turning culture into a powerful learning tool. Beyond entertainment, this shift is redefining language learning and cultural pride. When stories are told in familiar voices and local tongues, learning becomes instinctive, memory becomes stronger, and culture stays alive. I am Omevi Idolor, and I'm not doing this alone. I have my favorite person with me in the studio.
Without lying, yeah. I can see the excitement in your face.
Tomorrow's Christmas, I'm going to be really excited.
Oh, yeah.
that getting to see what we, prepare to eat and marry together. But then again, let's not forget the reason for the season.
Yeah.
Importantly. But hello Lagos, hello Nigeria, hello Africa. We're here again to discuss how we can better the continent. And we're looking at it from a very, very interesting conversation. The problem what we had on Monday with Ryan when she was talking about, telling stories of books and how you can get kids to start to read. And then the interesting part for me, you can start reading to babies in their wombs and you start to learn your voice. I was like, okay, I don't say that we did practice. That was. No, but it was a good takeaway. And then to now have this conversation again, but from a different perspective, right? We're looking at how to use films and animations. Not films, but say that are used to like Nollywood, Gollywood, and like, they're talking about cartoons, animations, to tell stories in forms that even kids can relate. And then we had a very, very, very good person. Let me just put that right, because immediately just said in there, I want to come. I want to have this conversation with you because a lot of these kind of stories need to be told. Yeah. And then when he shared some of his works with me, I was like, so how come a lot of us are not thinking this way? Because truly, Africa is blessed with a lot of talent. We just need to find a way to harness it. Use it for greater good, and we can conquer a lot. We can change mindset. We can build people to become what we want them to see on the continent, to make the continent to be better. I was watching some of these things, and he was talking about the SDGs. You said he's going to talk about SDGs and get kids to embrace it and be part of it. Like, oh, wow, this is a great show, and I need to bring somebody like this to come here and have that conversation with us.
Yeah, Just Africa is not just a show where we do the norms. Yeah, we don't just stick to culture, we don't just stick to tradition, we do everything concerning development. So when we see people who are skilled at a particular thing, not necessarily craft or handwork, we ensure that, yes, they come on this platform to come and express themselves, because it is very important. Children are learning, and if we want to have a better Africa, if we want to stop these brain drains, if we want to stop this Jackpot syndrome, it starts from now. You understand? So someone with that kind of mind who understands the power of cartoon, of course, cartoons are not just for children.
I know watching cartoons. I don't know. I still watch cartoons.
Every adult that is young at heart is always interested in cartoons. I watch more of animations than normal movies or adult movies, human movies rather, because there is a whole lot of stories, a whole lot of morals that are packed into some of these animations. It's just that these days, certain things are not just right. But that you can't rule it away that you are able to gather children together. Now, we don't have a village square anymore. There is nobody in Lagos that want to sit under a tree and start. So our new village square is our TV. So what do you bring to TV for you to pass message to children? Of course, it is things like this.
In the last couple of days, I mean, even our viewers will acknowledge that we've had very brilliant people come on the show. I mean, we had Sarah Yusuf come and then talk to us about understanding that people learn differently, right? And then we had Rayo come and tell us about using books to talk to kids, let them know. And then we've had people come, like someone like Sammy Sage, come and say, okay, you want to use poems, they're using the spoken words to pass your message as well. And then now we're looking at animations as well to do the same thing. The thing is, there are so many avenues that you can learn if that is your goal. And children will learn at a different pace. Some want to learn by reading the book. Some want to learn by watching movies. Some want to learn by listening to nursery rhymes or songs. Some want to learn by you just talking to them. And then the fact that these avenues are available, it also opens the children's mind or the young people's mind to possibilities. And it means you cannot miss out on anything at all. Like, even if you want to help these children in one form, this one does not work, you try this other one. This one doesn't work, you try options.
Of course, there are so many options. So today we explore how visual storytelling is not just changing African media, but shaping how the next generation sees, speaks and understand the world. This is Just Africa once again. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, you'll be meeting our amazing guest who will take us through this conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area, AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Well, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on your YouTube channel. And of course, we'll take some of your comments during the live show. So today, we are talking about visual storytelling and cultural impact, transforming media and language learning in Africa. And our guest is Jimmy Ojikutu. I hope I pronounced that well. He brings nearly a decade of expertise in film, animation, motion graphics, and content creation, blending creativity and strategy to deliver visually compelling stories that resonate across audiences. He is also the director and producer at Jingla Nation, founder of Very Easy Learning, an innovative platform promoting Nigerian languages through interactive and entertaining visual content. He has led the production of TV commercials, documentaries, corporate films, and digital content, demonstrating how storytelling can influence perception, engagement, and cultural impact. By making language learning accessible, enjoyable, and culturally relevant, he is redefining how Africans connect with their heritage while leveraging modern technology. So you see, we were not just blowing anybody's trumpet. Jimmy is who he says he is. Hello, Jimmy. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Glad to be here.
Yeah. How's getting to the studio?
It was smooth.
Smooth.
Yeah.
Yes, it's good.
Lagos is thinning out. Lagos is thinning out.
Yeah, holiday season, so I guess the traffic is a bit
eased up.
Yeah, maybe till in the evening, anyways. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's have this conversation. Languages, animation. You are helping to promote the African language and making people to understand what it is. Now, how are you doing this? Helping everyone, or Africans generally, to expand the importance of our traditions?
Well, I mean, with very easy languages, we want people to be able to connect, especially Nigerians in the diaspora and even Nigerians here, to connect with their local languages, because our local languages is one thing that we're gradually losing. You have kids that don't know how to speak their local languages. But yeah, with content, you can make our local languages cool. So that's what we're trying to do. We're using animation, and even with learning generally, we want to use content to drive language learning, to drive education. We talk about getting education to the unlearned. So we believe content is a way to connect with these people, have them learn in their local languages, learn concepts of science, learn history, learn all of that. And then also for people that might not find education interesting or fun, want to make learning fun. Learning is fun.
Yeah, learning is fun.
Especially depending on how it's presented.
Exactly. Yes. I don't know if I want to jump, but you already started that process of turning learning into fun. Do children really see it that way, that yes, doing this, learning this is fun for me?
For example, when we're growing up, there are certain things that we learned with music and rhymes, and those things seem to stick
better.
They stick better, because sometimes you might even be able to remember those rhymes now. So that's what learning. Some people learn visually, some people learn with music. Like you can teach you can teach science, what's it called, mathematics, the arts, languages, with fun content. That way, even social studies, financial learning, all of those things, all these concepts can be taught with animations, music, fun, the concept of climate change. So with animation, with music and all of that, the kids get to understand it. They see characters, they see people dancing, they see people moving. And with music, they get to, they have fun, but they are already learning what they need to learn. While
you didn't even lie, because the truth is many of us don't even remember the months that have 30 days and the ones that have 31 until we sing the song.
Yeah.
30 days in September.
You sing it in your head.
Exactly. Have 31. Oh, that's true. Oh, this particular one has 30 and 31. But if you're mixing film, animation, storytelling, cartoons, and all, where did it start for you and why did you go into it?
Well, I've been in production, but I mean, if I'll say where it started, you know, people say it started when I was from my mother's, not really from my mother's. But when I was, I mean, much younger, I would usually draw comics. Okay. Yeah, so I used to do comics my dad was an artist.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, so I don't know whether I think maybe
no, you did.
genes.
No, you did. I did. You did.
So draw comics, write stories. You know, I write the stories and then draw the comics and all of that, and get do the whole comics. Get my friends in school to read it.
Okay.
You know, at some point they were even buying it. But I mean, professionally, after I finished school, I worked in finance for a bit. But yeah. Production was calling me, so I worked with some media houses, worked in advertising and all of that. And then I founded Jingla Nation, which allows me to create my own path. And since then, we've created some fun animation content. We have an original character, a Nigerian superhero, Bros Jamu.
Yeah,
something for the SDG in Lagos.
Yes,
to help people connect with the sustainable development goals like climate change, gender equality, with fun characters, and this way some of these concepts stick. And then I've been doing commercials, documentaries and all of that. And basically that's the path where
yes, I love the fact that you're not just sticking to the entertainment part of the cartoon. You are bringing in very deep knowledge when it comes to SDG, the climate change, gender equality, and the likes. These are things that children don't really have very deep understanding about. But I know that with cartoon, yes, they understand. But the question is this, when it comes to this kind of topics, I don't know how children would want to show interest in it. Because I don't know, is it widely accepted? That should even be the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of kids spend a lot of their time on social media nowadays, on YouTube. I mean, you have kids just scrolling through YouTube shorts. Most of the content they consume would be online. And I think, content generally is consumed more online now than through traditional formats like TV and all of that. Okay. And children are not left out. So I think the best way to reach kids is through those platforms. And kids can, although with parental guidance, because kids can go all in when it comes to visual content. Because I think when kids are growing up, they're still trying to understand their world. So they get a lot of learning from visuals, what they see, the cartoons, the music they listen to, the content they consume.
Now,
so it's easy for kids
this content right now,
yeah.
Are they in our local languages or they're in English, purely English?
Well, for the SDG, it was in English because that was the goal. But we have contents that we're doing for local languages as well. Basically, because when we started, it was very easy to learn languages, but we believed I wanted to take a holistic approach to it and have language learning, but also have general learning, so that it's a wholesome development, and then get kids to learn about even history, African history, where we're coming from, because to form a positive identity, because especially as Africans, we need to have a positive identity, and that we're also very passionate about that. Having kids know about the amazing people from Africa, the amazing places in Africa, the kings, the kingdoms, the Benin, Oyo, the CBD, and all of that. So it's basically learning, but beyond languages, we also go into other areas of learning.
Have you been able to track or measure the impact that this avenue that you're using has made in the lives of maybe kids or their parents, or like great feedback from this your approach that you used to storytelling?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like for the SDG videos, for example, and it got like thousands of views and lots of positive feedback. I think it also got an award regarding the sustainable development outside Nigeria, you know. And then for the language learning, we've been approached by a lot of people in the diaspora, you know, trying to
because we want their kids to also relate with that.
Absolutely, So we're trying to see what works best. Currently we're developing for YouTube, and we're also looking at maybe creating a mobile app. So we've been getting a lot of positive feedback. We've been approached by a lot of people because it's something that's very interesting to them, you know, especially Nigerians in the diaspora.
When you started, was all you're seeing now what you anticipated?
Well, I mean, when we started, I knew that definitely it's something that'll keep growing. You know, because content is, as some people say, content is king. So whatever agenda you want to push, whatever idea you want to push, content is a great way to push it. And then if we want to push positive ideas, a positive agenda to the next generation, it's a great way to start using content. For example, a parent in the diaspora had a discussion with the kid where I think she came to ask him about slavery, you know, and all of that. I don't want to go deep into that because that's not, you know, so I told him that, okay, why not educate your kid about the concept of who we are in the first place? You know, let that be her worldview. So I sent some of our content to him. And then that's the beginning of a positive conversation that a father can have with a child. Okay, you were from here, you know, you had kings, you had queens, unlike the idea that they pushed before that certain parts of Africa didn't have these. You know, we had places of learning back then. We had vast kingdoms, that we had people that traveled, you know, far across Africa and beyond Africa. So, I mean, it's our own history, for example, have a lot of content ideas, you know, even people, places, how the cultures and all of that, the languages, it's expansive. We're starting and growing gradually, but it's expansive, and it only gets wider and bigger.
Yeah. So
so we definitely saw. And then we haven't gotten to where
you wanted to be. Okay.
So
brands and businesses, yeah, because obviously one of the things that have been a key fundamental for your storytelling. I mean, I need to tell stories around these things that people need to know about. How can brands and businesses leverage off that, like things like storytelling? How can it help them?
Well, I mean, storytelling is a very powerful tool. I mean, I wouldn't want to mention a brand without, but I think a certain food brand used it to capture a whole generation, and I think other brands can use it as well.
Okay.
By, I mean, what I see is as immersive brand connections, where you're telling stories of a people, you know, without generally advertising directly to them. You know, so that's a great way that brands can connect with their audience, especially through animation. Brands that work with kids, and even brands that have a wider reach, regardless of the age.
Or the age range, okay.
Yeah, you can come from an approach of storytelling. I mean, even now, globally, there's a new wave of short-form content that's growing really fast.
Yes, yes.
You know, as fast as the big studios, you know, that, and then they wonder, you know, what's going on here. So that's a way brands can, and then can collaborate with production companies to create content that really connects to the hearts of their audience. You know?
Okay. So right now, I love the fact that there are positive feedbacks, but there are some challenges that you encountered, or that you are still encountering, and many other cartoonists or animation. What's the name? What's the right terminology for
animators.
Yes. Okay. There are challenges you face in creating this, because this is unique. So, what are those challenges, and how do you overcome them?
Well, I mean, the challenge, there are different challenges, you know, challenges in capacity, like getting, I mean, the bigger the project you're working on, the more people you need to work on those projects. And then as a production company or as an animation company, you want to create, what's it called, original content. You know, you have what you're doing for brands, okay, you create this for brands and all of that. But there are also what you do for, that you create as an original content. And that's how the Marvels and all of that started. So we want to tell stories that are unique to us here. And at some point, you need a level of financing to tell it at a scale that works. You know, to be able to take it from your little locality to a wider audience, or to a global audience, you need finance, you need to have more animators to work with, and yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
So, I mean, capacity, so we need more animators, we need more finance, more support from easy access to finance to be able to work on bigger projects, and more support for the industry, basically. I mean, you have some of the animation industries in other countries, for example, they have a certain level of support from the government and all of that. So government needs to take it, because it's also an opportunity to employ a lot of people. You know, you can have animation projects with hundreds of animators working on it, so it's a great way to create job opportunities for people.
Okay, so I have seen some of your work being displayed on the screen. Yes, and they look beautiful, unique, I must say, because I love cartoon. I'm very young at heart, so I love cartoon. And I have watched some Nigerian, African productions, and I lose interest, maybe from the way everything was created. But there are some, there's this movie that I loved so much. It's all, of course, it is Nigerian animation and very beautiful. Then, of course, I can talk about Iyanu. Iyanu is another beautiful one that is out there now that children are loving. Now, this is it. Why did I say that? Myself and my younger ones, when we watch some cartoon, Nigerian made, we feel like, this thing is not interesting. It's not fine enough. What do you think is missing in those kind of cartoon, those animation? Not what I saw on the screen right now. That is not grabbing the attention
or interest,
or people's interest. That is not holding us compared to when we watch foreign cartoons or animation and we are glued to the screen. What is missing?
Well, I mean, I think there are a lot of angles to it.
Okay.
For example, there's a storytelling perspective where does it make, I mean, I think most producers, animation producers will ask themselves, would it make sense to develop your own concept and grow it when you're not sure of the distribution path. You understand? So would it take, how much would it take? How many animators do you need to work with? Can you access the finance to to produce animation at a certain level. And then when you are able to create it, what's your distribution network? Is it going to go to the cinema? Are cinemas, would that be a viable way to recoup your investment back?
Yes.
So you're talking finance, you're talking investment, you're talking of human capital and all of that. Would you have the finance to maybe develop a story for a couple of months? Because the animation process is long and tedious. You do your you develop the story, then you what's it called? You start developing the animatics, how the animation will look like, character design, the voicing, and then you start the animation process, which is long as well. So it can take you several months to probably years to develop maybe a feature-length animation. Maybe if you invest in a movie, you can get that out in a couple of months, especially from this part of the world. So you ask yourself, okay, what's the viable form of content I want to invest in? So these are all the angles you're looking at. Finance, so I want to get writers to come together for a couple of months to develop a story that can really connect with people and develop this animation. Do I get how do I access the finance to get animators from coming together? Animators too. Do they want to maybe work for a studio, or do they want to work on a project, a film project, for a certain period of time, knowing that they're focusing on that project for months, meaning that the producer has to create the finance structure to accommodate those animators for a couple of months to get that project out. So these are all the challenges, and that's why we talked about government, financing, and the skill part, the human capital.
Okay, so run us through very, very easy learning, right? I wanted to ask, are you a teacher? Because it's a very easy learning. You get to teach, or it's just the concept behind it? And then first off, is it are your target audience the children directly, or to schools or educational institutions that use very easy learning as a foundation?
Yeah, for very easy learning, I actually studied education technology in school. But I didn't think I was going to even
really
go that path, because I've always wanted to tell stories, animation, film, and all of that.
So you never had a way to know very easy.
So somehow, I saw content as a solution to drive education.
Okay.
So it sort of works out. So for very easy learning, for example, we're focusing on creating content to, we want to be able to get kids to access it through their parents, definitely. When we're promoting, we target their parents, because their parents that would give them access to content on YouTube, for example. And we're also looking at collaborations. We have a partner that we've been working with that is building like Wi-Fi infrastructure, for example. When you're talking about schooling the unschooled, maybe in rural areas where there's no internet access. But now, if we can have the internet access provided, I won't want to talk about the details of how, because that's the companies.
Okay.
But it's a solution that's very possible, and then we can plug into that infrastructure too.
Because I was going to ask, did you notice a gap in the educational system before you had to do that?
There's a gap to the unschooled and all of that,
That was what this was created
people
for?
that are, and the schooled, even kids that, like a product we're developing after school, AI-driven learning assistant, for example, where kids can get home and then ask difficult questions.
That
they don't understand in school.
And will it come as an app?
That's coming as an app. So that can then explain these concepts in a fun, interesting way. Because I remember myself too, I had to, while going to school, whatever subject or I was being taught, I had to recreate it in a fun, interesting way for myself, so that I can assimilate it. Like for physics, for example, acceleration, velocity, and all of that. And then I imagine a car moving at so imagine kids seeing that the car moving, when you accelerate, the tires are turning at a decreased speed over time, and that's presented as an animation. They grab the concept already.
Better. Are you a science student?
Yes, I was.
Okay, that is really confusing. Because now you're doing more of arts related now.
Yeah, I mean,
you said you love storytelling.
Yeah, I was a science student in secondary school, and then I science in the university as well. That's because, then it was like, okay, arts is your talent, you don't need to always have it. Just go to science, okay, you're a bit brilliant, so go out.
Arts are not done.
Yeah, I mean, that was the misconception then.
Exactly.
And that's why even now you need, maybe at the school level, counselors that can really understand what a child's needs are. You're artistic, okay, start developing it. Because sometimes you just realize that you go a certain path for long and then you have to come back
again
to your passion. So
Okay,
that's what happens.
so you said something earlier because, I knew I was going to take you back a little. That some of the animations are done in a dialect. Yoruba precisely, right?
Yoruba, I mean, whichever language.
Whichever language.
Yeah.
Now, so I want to take it back. You said we are gradually losing our language because at home we now speak English to our children instead of speaking our dialect. Now, you make animations or using our dialect. A child who doesn't understand a Yoruba, for instance, the Yoruba language, for instance, and is not watching the cartoon that is Yoruba made. How would a child be able to learn or understand what is being said apart from the videos?
Yeah, so it's a gradual process. I mean, the approach now is teaching them. So, I mean, the teaching has to be English, then English teaching in Yoruba. Like, apple is this, you know. This word is, you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's a combination of English teaching in Yoruba. I mean, that's how, if you're learning French, for example, it will be taught in English.
Yeah.
So if English is a central language, then you can then teach non-Yoruba speaking people, non-Igbo speaking people, those languages through English, with English being the conduit.
Okay.
But then, on the flip side, you can then teach people that maybe speak only a local language. And that's when you want to create like, that's for literacy programs, for example, things that can be in partnership with the government and NGOs, where you want to teach people in a small town in Ondoro or in Abia or in Sokoto that mainly speak their local languages, concepts of science, concepts of space, concepts of, what's it called, chemistry, biology, how the body works, how a car works, and you want them to assimilate it quickly and easily. Then we can use local languages to teach these concepts to them. So it's a two-way thing, meaning that literacy can be democratized regardless of language. Everybody can get literate. You know, a kid in Sokoto, a kid in Adamawa, a kid in Oshun that might not even be fluent in English can understand finance, savings, can understand physics, can understand science if it's being taught in their local languages.
Wow.
But for people that don't understand their local languages,
Yeah.
you can use English to teach them these languages with content.
What's your take on this whole evolution into the use of AI, right? Because I hear a lot of, for example, employers say, oh, this thing has made people a lot lazy. But from what you do, you see it's an added advantage because I'm probably giving you more options. I wanted to know where you stand. I mean, we understand that the continent is not so technological driven, right? Here in Africa, we're still trying to catch up. But how do you see the introduction of artificial intelligence into our curriculum as well?
Well, I mean, it's a technology that has come to stay, and it could be a tool that can be used to make work faster, and that's how I see it. So rather than maybe look at the negative sides, because it's not going anywhere, we can see how we can use it to make work better, to make learning, for example, easier, to help with research, to help with putting ideas together, to use it as a tool for development. So rather than frown against it, even for animation processes, you want to do your storyboard before the actual animation, you can do that faster. And you can write your stories faster, for example, because you can then create your character Bible faster. You can get ideas, put it together, do your research faster, and all of that. Your character design, you can do it faster, compare, research, you know. So AI is we should just see it as a tool that can be used to make work faster. It will make work faster over time. On the long run, it might make certain jobs redundant, but I think at the moment, I think over time, job roles and all of that have evolved with time. You know, you had the industrial era where most prominent jobs were manufacturing jobs, people that work in factories and all of that. And then the tech era now that you had programmers and all of that. So there'll be new kinds of jobs. Certain jobs will evolve as well. There'll be people, voiceover artists, for example. There'll be animators. And then because of AI, there'll be voiceover artists that train AI. There'll be animators that train AI. Will AI get to the level of the people training those AI? At some point, maybe.
Perhaps.
Yeah. But then would it be now a case where we don't even need those people anymore? I think it would be more like a collaboration where those people can get tools and where maybe people can create certain kinds of content. In the content space, for example, at a lower price point, so we can churn out more content, but there will also still be the demand for good human content. There will still be the demand for a good human voiceover artist because AI still can get certain inflections and and you just know that this thing sounds a bit.
So it's a case of that this is technology to be embraced and to be feared.
Well, it will be feared just like every societal advancement or every technology before it, but it will also be embraced. So you can choose to embrace it or fear it. But I think it will be better to embrace it.
You know, for me, yes, you know, some of those things he mentioned, like you would not get some of those human
emotions
and elements in it. Like when you use AI to try to create the pidgin English, you don't feel it. You don't feel it. I don't feel it. I don't know. But I love hearing Africans when we talk and we hear our O in that accent of that O. You know what I'm saying?
Because it works with data. So
you understand? It's a whole lot. But right now we'll go on this quick break. And when we return, we will still be having this robust conversation with Jimmy. You stay with us. We'll be right back.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Daddy.
Yes, Lola.
I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. I'll go into space and see the stars.
But you wanted to be a doctor yesterday.
I changed my mind. Today, I now want to be an astronaut.
Listen, Lola. You can be anything you want to be. I mean, the first female astronaut from Nigeria.
Yes! But Ike says women can't be astronauts.
He is wrong. Women have become astronauts all over the world.
Can women become anything they want to be?
Sadly, not all the time.
Why, Daddy?
I'll tell you a story of how a young girl came from a little village to become a CEO in Lagos. Halima was going to be given off in marriage at a very young age. Her parents were very poor, so they saw it as a way to escape poverty. But Halima refused. She had dreams of her own and she wanted to finish school. One of her aunts convinced her parents to allow Halima come with her to Lagos to finish her schooling. Halima moved to Lagos and she became the top of her class. She went to the university and graduated with a first class. She then got a job at a private firm, but she realized even though she was excellent at work, a lot of the men around her were promoted before her, and it happened again and again. She didn't like that she was not given a fair chance because she was a woman, so she left the job and started her own company, a tech company where she is the CEO, and she gives both males and females an equal opportunity to thrive.
I want to be like Halima.
You can, Lola. And that is the reason why one of the Sustainable Development Goals is gender equality. Lagos State has taken steps to make laws that give equal rights to women and also created training programs and funds to empower women. There are lots of women who have become leaders in their field. True ambassadors for gender equality. Odunayo Eweniyi is the founder of a tech company, Piggyvest, and she's the founder, CEO.
Wow.
And there are women like Nneka Onyali Ikpe, Yemisi Edun, and Miriam Olusoya, who are CEOs of big banks in Lagos. And others like Funke Okweke of Main One and Ola Orekunrin of Flying Doctors.
I changed my mind, Dad.
Again?
I want to be a CEO.
Listen, my girl. You can be whatever you want to be in life.
Thank you, Daddy.
I love you, my girl.
Daddy, do you think all the sustainable development goals can be achieved?
Yes, if we all come together and partner, then we can achieve them.
You always told me that there was strength in numbers.
Yes, and that 2 heads are better than 1. And that is why the Sustainable Development Goals number 17 is partnerships, because everyone knows that we can only achieve the goals if we come together.
Come together? Dear world presidents, my father has taught me about all 17 sustainable development goals, and I've also learned that Lagos State is doing so much to achieve the goals. I have also been doing what I can. I planted a tree, helped in cleaning up my environment, and many other things. I think Sustainable Development Goal 17 is a good goal so that everyone in the world can come together and help some countries who don't have so much. My father tells me I should be kind to others. If every country is kind to other countries, then every country will meet the Sustainable Development Goals and become a better place. I would like to grow up in a better world where all the Sustainable Development Goals are achieved. And I would like all the world presidents to partner so we can all have a better world. Sincerely, Lola. Daddy!
Yes, Lola.
I wrote a letter to all the presidents of the world so they can partner in meeting the Sustainable Development Goals.
You never cease to amaze me, you know.
Can they get it?
It is laudable to do. I will try to get it to some of my friends in the Lagos State Sustainable Development Goals and Investment Office. But I tell you one thing. Lagos has been partnering with both local and international organizations, private sector businesses, NGOs, and passionate people like you in getting needed resources, sharing knowledge, providing data, and promoting innovation, providing an enabling environment to achieve these goals. Lagos State also started the Lagos State Volunteer Corps, where volunteers can join in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals through volunteer programs, participating in tree planting, cleaning the environment, and so many other activities. And the Lagos SDGs Youth Alliance, connecting youths in the state to work towards achieving sustainable development goals through partnerships and collaboration. Guess what?
What, Daddy?
Your mom is back.
Lola, my darling, I've missed you.
I've missed you too, Mom.
Sweetheart. Hope your studies went well.
It did. Thank you, my darling. I love you for letting me do this.
I love you too. By the way,
welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa YouTube channel at the Just Africa Show. Yes, we'll be having this conversation about storytelling and, of course, we're talking about languages and animation, cartoon with Jimmy, and he's still in the studio with us. Thank you very much for staying here.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, so... okay, how do you measure impact when it comes to storytelling, animation? How do you measure that, yes, this story right now, this cartoon has impacted someone?
Well, when it comes to impact, it's, what would we will call it that, I mean, when we're measuring impact, we would say it could be like a ripple effect. So if we've impacted one person, it's fantastic. And then that would make us impact 2, and then 4, and then 8, and then 500,000, 100,000. And over time, it can impact a whole generation. And that's the power of content and the power of animation. One person shares it to another person.
Okay.
Parents allow their kids to have access to local content, which we need more of it. I think recently there were discussions about creating local animated content. We are working on that. We've been creating a certain character, and we've created several contents, and it is even about a local superhero, Bros Jami. And from there, we've had kids buy the T-shirts, or parents buy the T-shirts for their kids. Even adults have won, because they want, oh, a Nigerian superhero, this superhero looks like me, We know Superman, we know Batman, but here is Bros Jami. He stays in Surulere, he stays in Mushin, he stays in Lagos, things that people can relate with. He eats amala at the local canteen. So, characters like that people can connect with. So we need more of that. We're doing our own little bit, and we want to be able to do more over time. But the impact is from one kid, telling that, oh, when we do maybe exhibitions at fashion pop-ups with the local heroes on the T-shirt, the kids say, oh, I want that T-shirt, or someone telling us, oh, this person shared the content with them, and that we know that, okay, they've gone round full circle, and then people saying, oh, we can't wait for the movie. Most places we show the film. There's most festivals that we show the animated content. But when is the feature film coming out? When is the feature film coming out? Because they see, okay, the 3-minute shot, they see the 5-minute shot. They want a whole feature film. And hopefully we'll be able to get that out to them. So that's how we feel the impact, and that's how we measure impact.
Okay, so from what we saw during the break, we've seen that you've partnered with the Lagos State government, which is a beautiful thing. Are you planning on partnering with, okay, first of all, how did you get to partner with Lagos State SDG?
It was actually an agency that, that partnered with Lagos State government.
Okay.
And then we were the animators.
We
wanted to tell the story to connect kids to the SDGs, because there's actually several SDGs that are being carried out and are making impact that people would not. Sometimes you have to point people in the right direction. For example, keeping the environment cleaner is a sustainable development goal. Gender equality, making kids know that, okay, a female can also aspire to be a president, can be a lawyer, and then pointing them that, okay, these are females that are doing very well in their fields. The SDG of kicking poverty, what they've been doing in that area. So, that's the power of storytelling, really. And with animation, it makes young people understand some of these concepts. Climate change, what you have to do, to prevent climate change. Not burning certain materials. Not the use of generators and car fumes and all of that. So it's about people being educated on things they can do individually, and then collectively we can make a change. And that's what content does. It will reach every individual, and then you might not come out and say, oh, everybody must do this. But when they see a certain content that says, okay, clean environment, do this, or you can aspire to this, you can be this, you can do this. And gradually, when every individual goes through a change, then collectively the society changes as well. So it's a good approach that government can even use to connect to the citizens.
I love the cartoons, even though I thought I was asking, even if I was not hearing the sound, I was seeing just the pictures, I could still get messages from it. How do you balance being a creative and then running a business? Because it's always, I always hear that thing like, oh, as a creative, you need a free hand so that you can get ideas. And then, but with business, you always have to be hands-on. If not, it's going to run down. How do you get to balance both?
So it's a creative business. And in every type of business, you look for opportunities and monetize the opportunity.
Okay.
So it's either you're offering a service, where, okay, we do this, we're into production, we do animation, and then clients come to pay for those services. And then you're also thinking of creating products, right? Original content, for example, what we're doing with Breast Jamming, which gets people interested in the character, and then through that, people then get to buy the T-shirts, which is the product. So Breast Jamming itself is a product. So you see an opportunity of merchandising through that. But then we have to create the character, get people interested in it, to then get people interested in the product and merchandising.
Yeah.
So that's how we creatives. Sometimes we make the mistake of just thinking creatively in creating their creative work.
At this point,
I guess so they probably have to think of thinking creatively with creating opportunities for their creative work. So that's where creative business comes in.
Okay. All right. So you've talked about, what did you say? Jamming?
Jamming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you've talked about it. We've seen the one with Lagos State and the likes. But on what platform can parents access it and play it for the children? Because
YouTube.
I would love to play it anytime, any day. It's beautiful. It's something that I would want to watch. And it's something I would want kids around me to watch. So on what platform, how can they have access to this beautiful work?
Okay, for the Lagos State animation, Lagos State SDG Invest.
Okay.
I think the animated content is there. For Breast Jamming, you can get it on, there's an Instagram page, Breast Jamming, at Breast Jamming. Yeah, you see all the content. So there's interesting content being posted regularly there. And you can see the T-shirts, you can see the animated content. For Very Easy Learning, there's Very Easy Learning on YouTube. We have what you call Happy Kids Learn.
Okay.
So it's Happy Kids Afrique. So Happy Kids Learn. So we're creating content.
French.
Yeah, we're creating content in that as well. Getting kids to learn about African countries, getting kids to learn about climate change and clean energy through music, sing-along music and all of that. So we're creating all of these platforms, which we're using YouTube mostly for now, Instagram to create, but yeah, we're looking to evolve into other platforms. Want to be at the cinema, want to...
Yes.
Yeah.
I look
We've done festivals mostly for most of our animated content. We've done animated music videos as well, because it's a form of expression too. I know Brother Shaggy approached us to do a music video with animation at some point. And yeah, so we're also trying to sell that. Animation is also a cool way to create content.
Yeah, send messages as well.
I'm
a particular about educational institutions marrying into this idea, because again, we have all agreed that children, the universe learn differently. Humans learn differently. And this is an avenue for us to tap into. But it's looking like it is not there yet. A lot of people have not still embraced it. I don't know because of the cost, right? But what else could be the reason why we have not fully embraced it as also an avenue to learn?
Well, I mean, for the educational institutions, I think they have their curriculum.
Yeah.
So it's either we can create, that's why, for example, the approach would be for us to create and then give to them to show it to their
kids.
But it might be too expensive for each institution, for example, to create content specific to them.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's something government can then create, for example, at that level, and then institutions can have access to it.
Okay.
So that's one approach, But some of these things, it has to, we've been trying to pitch stuff, but yeah, it has to come from a very high level, or it can come from private sector as well, where we have the content, kids can have access to it after school, for example, where okay, the kids go to school, they learn, you know, but sometimes you have kids that don't understand what they've learned.
Yes.
And you have kids that you want to improve.
Yes, constantly be with them, yes.
Yeah. So it's left for us to create content. So is it going to be free? Is it going to be monetized? And that's several edtech platforms have been trying to tweak it in Nigeria. The edtech area is another discussion
entirely
how it's a challenge getting to monetize edtech platforms, you know, and how there are different kinds, you know, where you have some that are catering to the people that want to upskill, maybe learn tech. I think those are like the most successful ones.
Okay.
And then, you know, and then you have the ones that are targeted towards children. So those are, still driven by passion, but still evolving in that, okay, after parents have paid for school fees and all of that, how much will they pay for additional content? Some will pay for extra lesson teachers and all of that. Yeah, but when they look at it, okay, maybe after subscribing to this streaming, movie streaming platform or this streaming, okay, let me subscribe to one for my kid as well. So that way, more edtech platforms can come up, and then we can create solutions that would work for local solutions, you know, create content that would work for our own learning needs. You know, explain certain concepts with things that kids can see around them.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah.
Okay, so we've talked, or rather, most times we see animation, cartoon, and the rest, storytelling as just the content or creativeness, oh, this or that. We're not talking about the lucrative part of it.
Yeah.
How lucrative is animation, being a cartoonist? What do you, the money?
Is that you want to
It's very
encourage somebody to go
important.
into?
How is the business? Is it profitable for people to go in there and say, yes, there is money in this thing?
Well, the creative industry, I think it can be thrown open to the whole creative. So most people are driven by passion but you know, you have to, based on your environment, you have to think of it as a business as well. While in other countries, maybe you can be a studio that will just focus on producing your own original content. Like anime studios will just create their anime, and then that would sustain the business, the animation business. But as we see for most production or most creative companies in Nigeria, it has to be augmented with the service as well. Like, okay, you're offering animation services to companies, to brands, you're still doing advertising, production, and all of that. But it would be awesome to have a great way to distribute original animation content. And so it's growing. The animation industry is growing. I'm sure you don't see as much animation in the cinema, for example. And as, you know, but there's collaborations with animation studios. Recently, we also did an opening title for a movie at the cinema. Grandpa Must Obey. It's at the cinema.
Grandpa
Must Obey.
Yeah. So it's like about kids and all of that. So I mean, the opening title was animated. The closing title was animated. So these are collaborations that are forming gradually. So, and then some animation titles are in development as well. We're also working towards one. So maybe in the next few years, you'll see more feature-length animation films in the cinema that can take feature-length Nigerian animation films made in Nigeria. You know, because you have some Nigerian stories. You mentioned Iyanu and all of that, which was more of a collaboration with studios outside Nigeria. Yeah, the Disney's, Iyanu, and all of that. So for studios in Nigeria, gradually we'll get to the point where we have our animation shown in the cinemas. Though we have some that are shown, you know, But we need people to embrace it more so that it can be more regular.
Yeah.
And then we can expand
I know you did mention that it's capital intensive, right, to run something like this. How can young creatives position themselves to the point where investors can capitalize and help them grow?
Just create something different, create something unique. We have people that have created stuff and it just goes viral, and even in the area of AI, for example, AI gives everyone the opportunity to create something at least. So if you have an idea, and before you are able to, so it's also, we're talking about AI and how you can use it to research. So it can also be like a test. You can use it to test certain concepts. So do like a test content, and then measure the reaction, the impact, and then you can say, okay, this has garnered this interest. So let's get the feature length project rolling. Let's get the full project rolling.
And somebody might just come and invest.
So just create posts, try and be visible in what you're doing. So I mean, in the creative field, that's where we have social media now. We can post, we can share what we're creating. We don't have to create in a box. We have to open up to the world, and then maybe the world will open up to us.
Okay, so looking at other young people, some youth that are out there that are just about coming into the industry. If you have 5 words to tell someone who is coming into the industry right now, new, what would you tell them?
Learn, be creative, think ideas, be unique, and don't be afraid. I think this is, that last part is very important.
Don't be afraid. What does that mean?
Meaning that at the moment, it's not the creative industry is not it offers great opportunities, right? But it's something you have to be bold and be passionate about. So you don't create one and because it doesn't work out, you give up.
Yeah.
So if you create one and it doesn't work, create another. Don't be afraid to keep exploring. Don't be afraid to keep creating. Don't be afraid of step backs. Create. The world is waiting for you. And it's getting bigger and more exciting. Especially animation. It's a growing industry.
Yes.
More people are coming in. And we need more people to come in. We need more animators.
With the number of people coming in, do you think the government, through the Nigeria Video and Film Censors Board and any other body that is associated with the creative industry, do you think they are doing enough promoting our Nigeria animation content?
Well, I don't think it's the government is doing enough.
Okay.
And then I think it boils. Although there's been the creation of certain funds, but we need more to be created. We need more specific, for example, for animation. It can always get better. The funding pool can get bigger because it has the opportunity. It's to create millions of jobs.
Okay.
With the right financing and with the right structure, so they can always do more. The private sector can also do more. Investors can invest in the creative industry. Apart from the government, private sector can definitely. Because if we create a robust industry, it would be beneficial to the young people who are the next generation. So both government and then private sector should come into it, and let's create something amazing, because it's a good export that you can see, just like our music. And then the film, animation is a great way to export our culture, because there's certain stories that you can tell with animation that it might be a bit difficult to tell with film. You can go 1,000 years ago and create certain characters that existed then. tell our history from 100 years ago with animation, and then it's a good export to take to other parts of the world. Yeah.
It is. I totally agree with
Yeah.
that.
I appreciate the fact that you've been able to break this down and you're seeing the opportunities that exist in it. I just hope that a lot of young people, especially young people, well, I'm not saying the old ones may not relate, but more young people are seeing that opportunities exist here, not just for them to be able to creative and show how creative they are. There's also a business opportunity that is lying there waiting. You just showed us that there's an ecosystem that is not filled yet. Right? And there are so many people who are out there creating content who need to upskill. So if they, of course, listen to this conversation, I'm sure they're going to see some other opportunities that they need to explore so that they can also get better in whatever it is they're doing.
And of course, Just Africa is a very good platform to showcase this kind of content.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So we need more of this, and of course, we can partner with you.
Yeah,
and it comes
absolutely.
You
That's
understand?
why I'm here.
Exactly. That's why you're
Definitely.
here.
Yeah.
So if you're not creating, you're not doing cartoon, you're not doing any of that, what do you do? How do you spend your leisure time?
I watch movies, I watch animation.
Oh, well. If I'm not creating I'm going to say that eat.
I mean, everybody eats. Yeah, definitely eat. Go out. Maybe relaxing places.
Yes. What's the plan for Christmas? Christmas is tomorrow. How do you see? What's preparation? How you doing? When are we?
Maybe with family. Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, family. I believe it's going to be just a cool. Maybe lunch, dinner with family.
Yeah. Can you wish your fans, your family, Merry Christmas and a happy New Year?
Merry Christmas, everyone. I wish you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we're looking forward to an exciting 2026.
Yes, we are looking forward to it. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Yeah.
We are really, really happy for your beautiful insights and for bringing a new light that, yes, Africans can tell our story ourselves.
Yeah.
We don't really need outsiders to come tell our own story because they will not tell it the way we would.
Yeah.
So thank you once again for coming. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you.
And I hope when we'll call you next time, you're not going to decline.
Absolutely. I mean,
I'll
be here in a jiffy.
Yes. Thank you so much. All right, Amulo.
I've learned that animation is not only entertainment anymore. You can use it to educate, you can use it to preserve culture, improve language learning, or learning generally. And I like the fact that, again, I'm emphasizing it, that we've seen the opportunities out there that are still laying dormant that we need to explore. A lot of us need to. We can't even have enough, just like he said.
Yeah.
There are so many spaces that need to be filled. There are illustrators, there are animators, and we can just create this strong ecosystem and then stand out and make the continent also look like it's something that we can harness. And when he was talking about telling stories from way back when, you can't get those people again, but you can create animations that can still tell these stories and continue to live their legacies. I mean, it's a fantastic one that we need to explore.
Yes, and a very big thank you to you, dear viewers, for staying tuned and for learning about animation, cartoons, storytelling, of course, the African languages. Yes, thank you once again from SOUQ News Television, and we are wishing you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. We are not closing because we'll still be here tomorrow to have the Christmas edition of Just Africa. I am Omevi Idolo. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on the YouTube channel at Just Africa. Thank you once again for joining us. Stay with us and see you tomorrow.
Daddy.
Yes, Lola.
I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. I'll go into space and see the stars.
But you wanted to be a doctor yesterday.
I changed my mind. Today, I now want to be an astronaut.
Listen, Lola. you can be anything you want to be. I mean, the first female astronaut from Nigeria.
Yes! But Ike says women can't be astronauts.
He is wrong. Women have become astronauts all over the world.
Can women become anything they want to be?
Sadly, not all the time.
Why, Daddy?
I'll tell you a story of how a young girl came from a little village to become a CEO in Lagos. Alima was going to be given off in marriage at a very young age. Her parents were very poor, so they saw it as a way to escape poverty. But Halima refused. She had dreams of her own and she wanted to finish school. One of her aunts convinced her parents to allow Halima come with her to Lagos to finish her schooling. Halima moved to Lagos and she became the top of her class. She went to the university and graduated with a first class. She then got a job at a private firm, but she realized even though she was excellent at work, a lot of the men around her were promoted before her. And it happened again and again. She didn't like that she was not given a fair chance because she was a woman. So she left the job and started her own company, a tech company where she is the CEO, and she gives both males and females an equal opportunity to thrive.
I want to be like Halima.
You can, Lola. And that is the reason why one of the Sustainable Development Goals is gender equality. Lagos State has taken steps to make laws that give equal rights to women and also created training programs and funds to empower women. There are lots of women who have become leaders in their field. True ambassadors for gender equality. Odunayo Eweniyi is the founder of a tech company, Piggyvest, and she's the founder, CEO.
Wow!
And there are women like Nneka Onyali-Ikpe, Yemisi Edun, and Miriam Olusoya, who are CEOs of big banks in Lagos. And others like Funke Okweke of Main One and Ola Orekunrin of Flying Doctors.
I changed my mind, Dad.
Again?
I want to be a CEO.
Listen, my girl. You can be whatever you want to be in life.
Thank you, Daddy.
I love you, my girl.
When Emeka talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde. And in fact, we had it. We didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well, And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they will send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it, but we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what was called to me. I know that my uncle, You are not doing accountancy. You are not doing engineering. You're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes. This is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do. But I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, then went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us. And Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So three of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, being at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, you know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, you know. A lot of the time, you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, female tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problem. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah, and I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer-oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest, 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far out. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. for both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people, The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. I will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they've sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school. And I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out when they can be like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing, particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day. Okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? You know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one. Food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it's surrounded to export that fuel.
Hello and welcome to World News, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos, SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government of Nigeria recorded a fiscal deficit of approximately 5,700 billion naira during the first half, driven by... We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Idumota Market. SOUQ Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it's surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shopping.
Hello and welcome to World News, reaching you live from SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government collaborates with social media companies to identify and shut down accounts used by terrorists and criminal groups. Taiwo Oyedele says Lagos State could generate 1 trillion naira annually from property taxation if existing potential is fully harnessed. Turkey approves 27% increase in minimum wage, raising it to 28,075 liras per month for 2026. Global cryptocurrency ecosystem faces challenges as stolen digital assets exceed $3.4 billion in 2025. And in sport news, Nigeria Super Eagles opens 2025 Africa Cup of Nations campaign with a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Tanzania. The federal government has disclosed that Nigerian security agencies are collaborating with major social media companies to identify and shut down accounts used by terrorists and criminal groups to promote violence and raise funds online. Authorities say extremists increasingly rely on digital platforms to amplify their reach and sustain operations. Speaking at the end of the year briefing in Abuja, the Director General of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, Major General Adamu Laka, said platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and X have been exploited by terrorists to publicize attacks, display looted items, and communicate with supporters. He noted that online visibility has become a key tool for recruitment and propaganda. Laka said security agencies have engaged repeatedly with social media firms to flag and remove harmful content and accounts that threaten national security. He stressed that the partnerships are part of broader efforts to disrupt terrorist networks, curb online radicalization, and limit fundraising channels linked to criminal groups. Nigeria's digital economy is projected to reach $18.3 billion by 2026, up from $5.09 billion in 2019 and $9.97 billion in 2021, according to Mr. Olatunde Amolegbe, Chief Executive Officer of Author Stephen Asset Management. Now, the growth highlights the country's rapid transformation into a leading technology-driven market in Africa. Speaking of the Business Journal Annual Lecture 2025 in Lagos, Amolegbe noted that global digital trends are accelerating, with digital economy accounting for $11.5 trillion in 2016 and expected to reach 25% of global gross domestic product by 2026. He said Nigeria is aligning with this momentum to boost innovation, inclusivity, and collaboration. Analysts say the initiatives like Digital Economy for Africa, DEA4, will be key to achieving full digital implementation by 2030. He noted that sustained investment in digital technology infrastructure and policy support will be critical to maintaining growth and competitiveness. The federal government and the World Bank have commenced the implementation of a $500 million Human Capital Opportunities for Prosperity and Equity Governance, also known as the HOPE Governance Program, aimed at improving governance, enhanced financing and service delivery in basic education and primary health care across Nigeria. Now, the initiative targets long-standing weaknesses in public sector systems and that undermine outcomes in both sectors. Now, the HOPE Governance Coordinator, Assad Hassan, confirmed that programs roll out on Tuesday in Abuja during briefing with the Parliament Secretary of the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Deborah Odo. Now, he explained that the program is as a result based with disbursement tied strictly to verified improvement in financial management, human resource practices, and service delivery, particularly at the state level. Now, officials said the program will strengthen accountability, improve data systems, and enhance coordination between the federal and state government. The goal is to ensure that public spending translates into better learning outcomes and more reliable primary health care services nationwide. Now, with over 154 billion naira already disbursed to students nationwide, the Nigeria Education Loan Fund, NELFund, has been urged to evolve into a self-financing institution. Experts suggest stopping private capital and international development partnerships to ensure long-term sustainability. Now, in a statement on Monday, Dele Kelvin Uyi, chairman of the Alliance for Economic Research and Ethics and the Nigeria Turkey Business Council, said NELFund's achievement make it one of the most impactful social investment programs. However, he warned that lasting success depends on diversifying funding sources beyond government appropriations. Analysts say NELFund's future hinges on innovation and financing. They note Nigeria's history with student loan schemes has been marked by repeated failures, beginning with the Nigerian Student Loan Board in 1972, highlighting the need for robust management and strategic partnership to secure the program's sustainability. Nigeria has become the leading African exporter of crude oil to the United States in the first 8 months of 2025. Now, the country shipped 33.23 million barrels of crude valued at $2.57 billion, reflecting strong trade relations between the two nations. Now, this achievement highlights Nigeria's continuing role in supplying United States energy demand. The U.S. mission confirmed that the figures in a statement posted on its official X handle on Tuesday. However, global oil prices fluctuations and logistical challenges could affect future exports, making consistent supply a priority for Nigerian producers and policymakers. Analysts say the milestone underscores Nigeria's strategic importance in the global oil market. They note that sustaining this position will require investments in production capacity, export infrastructure, and regulatory efficiency to remain competitive amid rising African and global energy exports. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAAN, has warned that personnel at airports nationwide to avoid extortion and intimidation of passengers as holiday travel peaks. And the authority emphasized maintaining a professional and courteous approach to ensure a smooth travel experience for all passengers. FAAN issued directives urging all officers and staff to refrain from harassment or soliciting money from travelers. The authority also called for collaboration among agencies and service providers to streamline airport operations and enhance passenger satisfaction. However, enforcement and monitoring remain critical to ensure compliance. Analysts say such measures are essential to protecting Nigeria's aviation reputation. They note that consistent adherence to rules coupled with accountability mechanisms will be key to maintaining passenger trust, reducing complaints, and fostering a safe and efficient airport environment during peak travel periods. Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, has said Lagos State could generate as much as 1 trillion naira annually from property taxation if existing potential is fully harnessed. He made the assertion on Tuesday while delivering a keynote address at the Tax Reform Summit 2026 held in Lagos. The event focused on translating recent tax reforms into measurable outcomes at the subnational level. Oyedele explained that with an estimated 2 million taxable properties in Lagos, each valued at an average of 100 billion naira, effective property taxation could yield 1 trillion naira every year. He stressed that this projection was realistic if the state adopts accurate property data, fair valuation system, and efficient collection mechanisms. He also called for standardization, transparency, and harmonization of tax policies to lower compliance costs and boost taxpayer confidence. According to him, a predictable property tax framework will strengthen internally generated revenue and support sustainable development across Lagos State. Now, still to come in the news, gold price surges above $4,500 per ounce for the first time on Wednesday. We'll bring you more of this after this break. Stay tuned.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet, in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV. When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prize bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adibi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to World News. Now, Turkey has approved a 27% increase in minimum wage, raising it to 28,700 liras per month for 2026. Now, the move aims to support low-income workers amid rising living costs and inflationary pressures across the country. Now, the government said the increase is part of broader efforts to improve social welfare and strengthen household purchasing power. Workers and unions have welcomed the decision, although some critics argue it may not fully offset inflation-related challenges in the coming year. Analysts say the wage hike could boost domestic consumption and help sustain economic growth. They note that while higher wages benefit workers, policy workers must balance the increase against potential inflationary efforts and labor market competitiveness to ensure long-term economic stability. South Korea's National Pension Service has launched a new round of strategic foreign exchange hedging, pushing the won to its highest level against the dollar in over a month. The fund, the world's third largest with $927 billion in assets, plays a major role in domestic market and investment strategies. Sources familiar with the matter confirmed that the hedging is newly initiated and will be carried out for a set significant period. However, details on the exact duration and scope of the operation remain confidential due to market sensitivity. Gold prices broke above $4,500 per ounce for the first time on Wednesday, with silver and platinum also reaching record highs. The rally was driven by safe haven demand and expectation of further U.S. interest rate cuts next year, attracting speculative investment in precious metals. Spot gold was up 0.1% at 4,493.76 per ounce at 102.3 GMT after reaching a session high of $4,525.19. U.S. gold futures for February delivery climbed 0.3% to $4,520, reflecting strong investor appetite and continued market momentum. However, analysts note that gold prices remain sensitive to U.S. economic data and Federal Reserve policy decisions. Reports say the rally highlights continued global uncertainty and the role of precious metals as a hedge. They note that while gains may persist, market volatility could impact short-term trading strategies for investors and institutions. China is facing a milk oversupply, and the government's decision to impose tariffs on European Union dairy products aimed to support domestic farmers. Now, the move is expected to give producers space to expand high-margin products like cream and butter, while stabilizing the local market. Yifan Li, head of Dairy Asia at Stonex, said the oversupply has caused Chinese dairy industry to lose profit over the past 4 years, leaving it financially strained. The tariffs are intended to provide relief and improve margins for local producers. Analysts say the policy could help domestic dairy companies regain profitability. They note that while protectionist measures may ease short-term losses, long-term industry health will depend on balancing supply, boosting efficiency, and developing value-added products to remain competitive globally. China has voiced strong opposition to the United States' plan to impose tariff on Chinese semiconductor imports, accusing Washington of indiscriminate trade measures and unreasonable suppression of its industries. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said such actions undermine fair competition and distort global supply chains at a sensitive time for the technology sector. Speaking at a regular press briefing on Wednesday, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Li Yuan urged the United States to correct what Beijing described as wrong practices. He warned that China could take necessary measures to safeguard its legitimate rights and interests if the tariffs go ahead, signaling the potential for further trade friction between the two economies. Now, the latest comments add to rising tensions between Washington and Beijing over advanced technology, particularly semiconductors, which are seen as strategically critical. Analysts say prolonged disputes could disrupt global chip markets and deepen uncertainty for manufacturers and investors worldwide. Japan plans to issue new government bonds worth about $189 billion to fund a record-sized budget for the next fiscal year. A draft reviewed by Reuters showed on Wednesday the move highlights the administration's commitment to expansionary fiscal policies and proactive economic measures. The annual budget, set to be finalized on Friday, will be the first compiled under Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi. She made the proactive spending a key feature of her economic strategy, aiming to stimulate growth and support public investment. The bond issuance reflects Japan's ongoing focus on fiscal stimulus amid global economic uncertainty. They note that while the plan may boost infrastructure and economic activity, it could also raise concerns about rising debt levels and long-term fiscal sustainability. Still to come in the news, European Union condemns U.S. visa ban on European citizens involved in combating disinformation. We'll bring you more of this after this break. Stay tuned.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK, you know, the place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Welcome back to the World News. A federal judge upheld President Donald Trump's authority to impose a $100,000 fee on HB1 visas for high-skilled workers. D.C. District Judge Derbil Howell ruled the policy aligns with congressional powers granted under the immigration law. The decision marks the first major legal test of the controversial policy. Howell noted Congress did not limit presidential authority regarding visa regulation, leaving the administration within its legal right. Now, the ruling is a victory for the White House, which faces further legal challenges in older court. The policy has sparked concern among employers who rely on H-1B visas for workers, including Silicon Valley companies and rural health providers. The lawsuit was filed by U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Association of American Universities, claiming the fee violates congressional intent. Critics warn the charge could strain vital labor supplies and affect industries in red state, potentially impacting the president's base. The European Union, France, and Germany condemned U.S. visa bans on European citizens involved in combating online hate and disinformation. Brussels warned on Wednesday that it could respond swiftly and decisively against what it described as unjustified measures targeting EU nationals. Now, the U.S. administration, led by President Donald Trump, imposed a ban on Tuesday against 5 European citizens, including French former EU Commissioner Thierry Breton. The U.S. accused them of attempting to censor free speech and imposing overly burdensome regulations on American tech companies. Analysts say the move risks escalating tensions between the United States and Europe. They know that diplomatic negotiations and dialogue will be critical to prevent further deterioration in transatlantic relations while balancing regulatory oversight and freedom of expression across digital platforms. The United Kingdom government will increase agricultural and business property relief thresholds from £1 million to £2.5 million starting April 2026. The change allows spouses or civil partners to pass on to £5 million in qualifying assets between them before inheritance tax applies. The update aims to protect family-owned farms and businesses from heavy taxation. Environment Secretary Emma Reynolds said the farmers are central to food security and environmental stewardship. She emphasized that the government has listened to farming communities and is taking steps to ensure more ordinary family farms remain profitable. However, implementation will require careful planning and ensuring smooth transition and compliance. Analysts say the reforms could provide significant relief for generational farms and small businesses. They note that while policy boosts estate planning for stability, its full benefit depends on clear guidance and awareness among farmers and business owners across the country. Colombia's government will invoke emergency powers to impose a 5% tax increase on the country's wealthiest individuals and the financial sector. The measure aims to raise revenue for social programs and address fiscal shortfalls amid economic pressure. Officials say the move is necessary to ensure equitable contributions from high-income earners and financial institutions. The government intends to use the additional revenue to fund public services, infrastructure, and welfare initiatives that benefit broader segments of the population. Analysts say the tax increase could strengthen Colombia's fiscal position, but may face pushback from wealthy citizens and financial sector. They note that careful implementation will be crucial to balancing revenue generation with investment incentives and maintaining economic stability in the country. The global cryptocurrency ecosystem faced another challenging year in 2025, with stolen digital assets exceeding $3.4 billion. Blockchain analytics firm Chainalysis reported a clear shift in crypto crime patterns, with fewer attacks causing far greater financial damage. In comparison, 2024 saw $2.2 billion stolen through hacks, meaning 2025 experienced a 54% year-on-year increase in crypto theft. The trend underscores growing risk for investors and the need for stronger security measures within digital asset market. Analysts say the rise in high-value attacks highlights vulnerabilities in exchange platforms and wallets. They note that the regulatory oversight and enhanced cybersecurity protocols will be critical to curbing losses and protecting investor confidence in the rapidly expanding global cryptocurrency market. And sport news, Nigeria's Super Eagles opened their 2025 Africa Cup of Nations campaign with a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Tanzania at the First Stadium in Morocco, getting their Group C journey off to a positive start. Now, the win marked a successful first outing for head coach Eric Charlie at the Continental Tournament and eased early pressure on the team. Defender Semi Ajayi gave Nigeria the lead in the 37th minute, rising highest to the home, a well-deserved cross from Alex Iwobi. Now, Tanzania pushed for an equalizer but struggled to break down Nigeria's defense before halftime, despite showing energy and physical presence in midfield. Atalanta forward Ademola Lookman doubled Nigeria's advantage in the 52nd minute with a composed finish, registering his 9th international goal and 4th at AFCON tournament. Tanzania pulled one back late on, but Nigeria held firm to secure all 3 points. Still in sport news, Senegal striker Nicholas Jackson scored twice on Tuesday to lead the Teranga Lions to a 3-2-0 win over Botswana in Group D of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Now, the performance gives Jackson an early lead in the tournament's Golden Boot race. Now, the goals marked Jackson's first competitive international brace, helping the 2021 champions start their AFCON campaign emphatically in Tangier. Senegal dominated possession and created multiple scoring opportunities throughout the match. Analysts say the victory highlights Senegal's attacking depth and tournament readiness. They note that while Botswana's goalkeeper, Goitin Foko, produced several fine saves against Jackson, Sadio Mane, Liman Ndiaye, and Ismail Sarr, the team's clinical finishing ensured a comfortable win and sent a strong message to the Group D finals. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, we'll leave you with a reminder of today's top stories. Federal government collaborates with social media companies to identify and shut down accounts used by terrorists and criminal groups. Taiwo Oyedele says Lagos State could generate 1 trillion naira annually from property taxation if existing potential is fully harnessed. Turkey approved 27% increase in minimum wage, raising it to 28,075 liras per month for 2026. Global cryptocurrency ecosystem faces challenges as stolen digital assets exceed $3.4 billion in 2025. And in sport news, Nigeria's Super Eagles opens 2025 Africa Cup of Nations campaign with a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Tanzania. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Many thanks for watching.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years. According to historical records, the primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitats, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. And the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. we must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of role, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, or for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word is been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example. because the girls are tops. They can perform. They could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that, and I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like. So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for